Around the same time that John D. Rockefeller seized U.S. media, he also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard. After buying a German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the third leading cause of death in America. This is not an indictment against doctors. More than anyone, they are under the stranglehold of the single largest lobbying power in Washington. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception. Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
He offered cures for incurable diseases. He offered hope and life to those about to die. Today, a Brooklyn man who masqueraded as a doctor has been arrested by the state attorney general.
Can you cure AIDS? I have cured AIDS many times, sir, and I can cure AIDS again.
Immigrant from Honduras who never went to school, college, or medical school.
Has not objectively shown what he does. I would say he either deserves a Nobel Prize or a term in jail, and I vote for the latter.
I'm Dr. Sebi, born in Honduras, Central America. What do I do? My position today is one of servant and addressing disease and nutrition from a natural perspective.
This is the Rock Newman Show. Herbalist Dr. Sebi has worked with Michael Jackson and Lisa Left Eye Lopez, and he says his line of cell food cures everything from chapped skin to AIDS. He'll talk about his life growing up in Honduras to winning a case before the New York Supreme Court. Dr. Sebi has cured himself and others of addiction, obesity, and depression. But when he claimed to cure AIDS, he found himself arguing in his own defense before the New York Supreme Court, a case he won. You have a baby on the way now.
Yeah. She's pregnant.
Okay. You're 82 years old, and I'm putting some emphasis on this because it is highly unusual.
What I did was to depart from the usual diet that most men indulges, changing the diet, because remember, I was impotent. I was impotent at 30. Mm-hmm. How was it that I could have been impotent at 30 and I'm making babies in my 80s?
A whole lot of viewers out there want to know.
Sure. But you see what happened? The information that I got in 1964, many brothers and sisters may not have received that message yet.
And that message is what?
That message came from a Mexican. The message was showing gene food consistency, meaning your cellular predisposition determines what you should eat. Uh-huh. So when I went to Mexico, I had already traveled to Russia. I was in St. Petersburg. I was in London. I've been to Spain. I've been to many places in Africa. I was asthmatic. I was impotent. I had diabetes. I was, in fact, crazy. I was placed in an insane asylum in New Jersey in 1961. Schizophrenia and paranoia. So I'm schizophrenic, paranoia, I'm impotent, I'm diabetic, I'm asthmatic from birth. So I go to Mexico. Yeah. And the man asked me, where are you from? said, I am from Honduras.
Yeah.
He said, we cannot talk. I said, why? Because black folks doesn't come from Honduras.
Huh. Okay.
Maya come from Honduras. Maya and Paya and Lenca.
Yeah.
So where you from? Oh, I'm from Africa. Now we're talking. Now because you are from Africa, do you believe that God was drunk when he put black people in Africa? I said, no. Well, do you believe that he put a diet there for you? I said, sure. And what's the diet? Rice and beans and potatoes and yams and cows and hogs and lamb. He said, not so. That's not the diet of an African. What is the diet of an African? He said, the same as the Toltec and the Olmec. All that which is native. But I didn't know these things because I was a Muslim.
Okay.
You know, I was in Islam. I love Islam.
Yes.
Islam gave me a whole lot of good things. I mean, I met Elijah Muhammad.
Okay.
I met the messenger, talking to him like I'm talking to you.
Okay.
But the messenger's information at the time needed a little bit more help. So he told me that I could not eat meat any longer, no lamb.
Yeah.
I could not drink any milk.
Yeah.
And
So
I abstained from all these things, and here I am now at 82. I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Chemotherapy is an approach that destroys cells. Chemotherapy doesn't distinguish between good cells and bad cells. It destroys cells. It's an acid approach.
What kind of approach?
Acid.
Oh, acid approach. Okay.
My approach is an intracellular cleansing. What causes disease in the first place? An acid condition. Well, let us sweep it out. Let us find the plants that are consistent with cleansing. You see, we just begin to wake up. We just begin to realize that we are way in a deep deficit.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that we have never spent time in analyzing or even trying to understand the difference in our genetic predisposition. We have never understood the science of biochemistry. All of the folks that have came to us, they came to us with history, bunch of history, a lot of religion, a lot of philosophy, but none of them came with a food that would help me to live as healthy as I possibly can. Look carefully. We're not going to make excuses no more. Because if we continue to make excuses, we're going to go deeper into the deficit. Just recently, a report came out that the Christian diet need to be examined, re-examined. Because in the Christian diet, you have people eating hog, potatoes, rice and beans. But if we take this substance to a biochemist, he's not going to find any food in any of these substances. So why do we eat these things? Then we get sick. I always use that black woman in the jungle. For some reason, she keeps showing up. This black woman in the jungle keeps showing up as setting the standards and raising the bar. Why?
Tell me what you refer to when you say this black woman in the jungle.
Oh, I mean, this woman was the woman that set the standards. This woman didn't die because of disease. She didn't have any hospitals in the jungle. She didn't have any doctors. She didn't have any medicine. That's why Hippocrates said that your medicine should be your food, or your food should be your medicine, because the African people didn't have a doctor. They didn't need him, because they didn't have any of the substance that would violate the biology of the individual. So how long did they live? Do you and I know how long those Africans lived in the forest of Africa before the chemical people came? Furthermore, my mama wasn't naked. She was natural. Because to say that my mama was naked in the forest is to say that God made clothes.
So what is a whole food? What would you say a food that includes all the minerals that we need in one?
Everything that is
Recommend
natural.
something.
Okay, right now, we eat quinoa as a grain, teff as a grain, amaranth as a grain, also the other one which is the spelt as a grain. These are grains. The African have a grain that is natural and a very good one. The Dogons used to eat it. A Frenchman wrote about it. Fonio. Fonio is good. Fonio is natural, not starch.
What does fonio look like?
Fonio is a small little grain that look like quinoa. We had some with the president of Guinea.
Is it white?
Is it white? The secretary to the president,
It's white, the grain?
It's white.
Okay.
And it's very good. So now, that's the grain, because we like grains, right? We like to feed full.
And then the vegetables.
And the vegetable now, you could eat any of the leafy green vegetables. They aren't going to nourish you. The only one going to nourish you that is green is lamb's quarters and dandelion. The Texas mustard and the colored greens and all that stuff doesn't have any nourishment because they were all made. Now, you could eat them. They would not offer as much injury to you as would do garlic or anything like potatoes, which is starch. In the meat part, you could select from the mushrooms. You could eat portobello mushrooms. You could also eat the oyster mushrooms. And you could eat the chow as meat.
But excuse me, don't they say mushrooms is a fungus?
Well, that's what they say. A fungus is something that eats away on you and on things. Mushroom does not eat away on anything. Mushrooms are the product of the mycelium network. They come to the earth and they are very alkaline. The lowest side of the pH scale is acid, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the lower you go on the scale, the more acid the substance. Garlic is 3.3. Cow milk is 6. At least cow milk is not as bad as garlic. And everybody thinks that garlic is a cure for the body. Now, if you go above 7, 8, 9, 10 to 14, that's alkaline. Okay. Now we are talking about...
What things are we talking about when we say alkaline?
Alkaline means electric food. Anything that is alkaline is non-starch. It's electrical. What is occurring in Africa today is this. And I spent over 25 years in looking at Africa, visiting Africa, studying what the conditions are. And I see that the one thing that stands out, not only with the African, but primarily the African doesn't know the food of his fathers. It is said, and we have read and heard, honor thy mother and thy father, that thy days may be long upon the land. Well, when we listened to that, this Mexican told me, those words are true. But the elephant doesn't need to be told that, because he followed his mother and see what she eat. But an African, or the black race today, the black race in general, we don't know what our mothers and fathers ate in the forests of Africa. We don't even have the slightest clue. But what I did know, and what I know now, is that the African didn't eat rice, they didn't eat beans, they didn't eat any yams or cassava. These things were not consumed by the African. They didn't have hogs, they didn't have chickens, they didn't have goats, lambs, or cows. The food that we find the African eating today, not only it is deteriorating his body to a very accelerated rate, but his brain power is completely gone. So, why? Because the food that the Africans are eating today, opposed to the food that he was eating hundreds of years ago, the difference is the food of 500 years prior were all alkaline. It was the food that God made. The African only ate what God made. But when the religions came to Africa, such as the Muslims and the Christians, they brought their goods. But their goods was blood and starch. So now the Africans, whether you are a Muslim or whether you are a Christian, you are eating blood and starch without even knowing the detrimental of consuming, or the detriment of consuming these things.
A man known as Dr. Sebi claims to have found the cure for several life-threatening diseases, including AIDS. Too good to be true? Well, you be the judge. The lump in Myrtle Rick's left breast is gone.
I haven't had any symptoms or problems, anything.
Sabrina Peterson's son no longer disabled by sickle cell anemia.
He has a lot of energy. I have to make him rest.
Disease is cured by this man. His name is Dr. Sebi, but you won't find a medical degree hanging from his wall. Instead, a certificate of healing.
How do I arrive at what? At the food?
On the nutritional guide.
From the nutritional guide?
Yes.
Very good question. In fact, that is key question. What we have yet to understand, that there has been a gross violation in the cosmic arrangement of things, how things originally were put together by life itself. We call that nature. In nature, you did not find Arabs in Alaska, nor Africans in Europe. The line of demarcation was clearly drawn, meaning that each cell that represent human beings on this planet, we represent a cell as African people. I am not an Eskimo. I am not an Arab, neither am I a Chinese. Understanding that, there comes a food with the gene structure of the individual. And you know this occurs in the human body. The human body could easily be considered a prototype of this whole arrangement, this human body. In the human body, you have iron cells, you have calcium cells, you have cells that are made up of phosphorus and zinc, cells that are made up of carbon and copper. So as we look at this difference in genetical predispositions, we find that there's a food that is also associated with that cell. You do not feed the cells of the blood calcium, you feed it iron. So when you feed black people, you have to understand his gene. What is it that is found or was found in his environment originally? You did not find rice and beans and chicken and hogs and pigs. So, understanding that these things didn't exist on the continent, I decided to look into the organic world. And as I traveled to various countries in Africa, I find that the food is still there, but we have been invaded with foreign substances and foreign philosophies that was diffused. But yes, I arrived at the nutritional guide by selecting the food that is most consistent with the human body.
Excellent.
But there are specifics within that arrangement. Like in the case of Caucasian people could digest lactose. Not so for African people. We cannot.
Right.
And the reason for that is not that we are better or worse. We just happen to be different. We haven't treated that difference We have not.
Yes.
We talk in terms of good and bad, up and down. We never talk in difference. When I am different, my food should be different.
Yes.
That's how I arrive at it.
Excellent. Thanks for that. So following on from the nutritional guide, agave has a really bad rap. We want to know, why is that included?
Agave may have a very bad reputation by many. It's like moringa have a very high reputation by many,
Yes.
but it is a hybrid.
Yes.
Agave is not a hybrid. Agave is a cactus that comes from the desert,
Yes.
and they process the resin. So I want to know. In fact, I remember reading on the agave label that it was the only glucose free.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
not like sugar,
Right.
which have glycerinic acid.
Yes.
So agave coming from a natural source cannot have
Yeah.
glycerinic acid. That only comes from cane.
Okay. So young coconuts are on the list, and mature coconuts are not. It says the soft jelly coconuts. Why not mature coconuts? Because a lot of us make milk from mature coconuts growing up, like in the Caribbean.
If you make the milk from the mature coconut, the hard coconut, you make the milk and you drink it, it will be good.
Okay.
But when you add fire to it,
Uh-huh.
you begin to change the molecular structure
Gotcha.
and you break it down. The oil surface and it's gonna hurt you.
Right. So raw coconut milk is okay.
Right. If you want to make a good coconut oil and you want to get the result of it, it's easy. All you have to do, take the mature coconut, put it in the sun. In fact, last night I had a dream with copra.
Really?
You know what copra is?
No, I don't know copra.
Copra is when you take the mature coconut and you split it in half and you put it in the sun for 15 days. It dries up and it's sweet. Then you grate it and you squeeze the juice out of it, the oil.
Right.
But when you boil it to get the oil when it's fresh,
Yes.
you're gonna hurt yourself.
Okay, so it's fresh raw coconut oil and fresh. So cold pressed coconut oil is fine.
Coconut oil is very good.
Yes.
But after you have extracted coconut oil from the coconut, you cannot use it on hot food. You gotta make the food cool, and then you pour it on it.
Gotcha. Oh, that's excellent.
Do you know that I have been to Nepal? No, I have been to India, Pakistan. I have been to Burma. I have been to Japan. I've been to many places where you would assume people know about the cosmic reconnection. You got to go to Mexico. You would never associate Mexico with this type of understanding, or level of understanding, I mean, pardon me. But guess what?
That's where the magic is.
They, and they alone, they healed me. When I had gone to Russia, I was in England, I was in Africa, I went to Chinese medicine, nobody healed me. I go to Mexico, and this Mexican healed me in 90 days. But when I begin to look at the Mexican integrity, I begin to see something very beautiful. Something that I never seen anywhere in the world. And I'm going to give you a taste of it. There's a man selling herbs, but he's bare feet like I am, bare feet. But it's drizzling. This is in a place named Cuautla. Well, I'm looking at this man selling his herbs, but I don't know what these herbs are because I don't know. I don't know every herb in the world. There are trillions of them. I said, sir, what herb is that? He said, that is Tila trumpetia. And what's that for? He said, that is for crazy people like you. I said, but why am I crazy? He said, because your license plate says California. and this is Cuautla Morelo. Where are you going? I said, I'm going to Honduras. He said, that's not the question. I'm asking you, where are you going in life? Because I'm a Mexican. And I don't even know Mexico City. And you left Mexico City yesterday. I said, yes, I did. He said, that's why I said, you're crazy. I said, well, he said, that's right. You got to obey nature. I said, yes, I have to. So he said, I asked him, how do you know that this herb is good for crazy people? He said, because it has a lot of oxygen. I said, but how do you know have a lot of oxygen? He said, I'll show you. He took a glass of water, he took a handful of the herbs, and he put it in the water, and in 2 seconds, blah, 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 oxygen. Wait. The herb is good for crazy people because it gives you oxygen to the brain. What herb is that? He said, that is Cenizo de Monterrey. Did Pablo find it? Last week?
Last week.
He found it. Because I've been talking about this herb for 15 years to Pablo. He just found it. But this Mexican in Cuautla said, that's Cenizo de Monterrey, meaning ashes of Monterrey. I speak Spanish. He said, ashes of Monterrey. I said, where's that from? He said, that is for people that cannot walk because their foot has swollen. Their liver is bad. Because I asked him, how do you know that the liver is bad? He said, the feet swells. Oh, this is going to really crack your side. This is a journey I took in 1979. I'm going to take it again. The last herb now. That's when he's going to trick me again. I said, what herb is that? That's Damiana. Oh, I said, that's for women. He said, yes. They call it hierba del venado, the herb of the deer. I said, but I know that herb. He said, yeah. I said, may I have a kilo? He said, no. I said, why? Because of your license plate. And what did my license plate have to do with this herb? He said, your license plate tells me you come from California. And the best Damiana come from California. If I sell you this, I'm not being truthful. And the man is bare feet, he could have made money off of me, but his level of integrity would not allow him to sell me that herb. This is what I always find in Mexico. Mexico have a sensation that when I go across the border, I feel it.
Sebi.
You've been to Mexico?
I've been to Mexico.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Would you say that there's the culture there, that they have a different value system?
I can't hear you too well.
Would you say that the culture in Mexico, that in general they have a different value system?
The Toltecs?
Yes.
Let me tell you something. This is where the Peruvian got to me. Because the Peruvian came to me in Cusco. He said, hey, black man, come here. So I said, I wonder what I'm going to hear now from this dude. He said, do you know what you represent? I said, man, I may represent many things that I don't know about. He said, well, you're a member of the organic family. The organic family? I said, what is that? You don't know? I said, no. And you're black and you don't know this? I said, yes, I don't know. Then, are you aware of Ubuntu?
Sounds familiar.
The blueprint for human prosperity, which started in Africa many thousands of years ago, and this white man just found it, Ubuntu? He said, oh my God. The banking system came and destroyed Ubuntu. So when you talk about the Toltecs and the Olmecs, or you talking about some ancient society that lived by the laws of life, it is from the Toltecs that I learned the usage of the teosinte. The teosinte is a plant that you're going to experience in Honduras next week. It's a plant that they use to make tamales instead of corn. Corn is a hybrid. corn is extremely dangerous. The Toltec used teosinte. I love Mexico. Like the pyramids of Mexico in Teotihuacan, they are 4 times larger than the one in Egypt. There is such thing as food gene consistency. But the black man of America doesn't know these things, nor the black man of the world. So when I presented my argument that whatever we're being fed through the American Medical Association or any other association is directly in opposition to our cellular predisposition. The FDA cannot, under any circumstances, be the director or the controller of the diet of black people, because the FDA has no idea as to the food that is consistent with us. That was the question that brought the court to my attention. When the FDA made the statement that I should not sell my products, the judge asked me, what is your response? I said, well, the FDA is 100% right, providing they know the food that is consistent with our cellular predisposition. The judge said, what is that? I said, if I break it down, it means this. When you remove the black man from Africa, did you bring his food with him? They said, no. I said, thank you very much. Meaning that the white race is in direct violation of the genetic structure of the black race. Yet we believe that by reading 1 million books and having 1,000 degrees, that everything is A-okay. No, it's not. Because the one thing that we should have known and maintained was the substance that kept our family, our ancestors in Africa, as healthy as they was found. We are not that healthy today. We have lost the connection with Africa. We don't know how to get back home. And I'm not talking about on a ship. We're talking about psychologically. We're talking about knowing those substances, those things that we're eating, that we would be healthier, because today, black America is sick. Black America is very sick. In 1987.
87, not 79, 87.
The 10th of February.
Okay.
My mother knew they were coming. When I told my mama that I had cured my 13 AIDS patient, she said, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you.
So let me stop you there. You said I cured my 13 AIDS patients.
Yeah.
So you had 13 patients
yeah.
who had AIDS.
Yeah.
And then you say
you
cured them.
Sure.
Keep talking.
So my mother said, they're gonna get you. I said, but Mom, why are they gonna get me? Because you must remember that you live in a society that supports a certain philosophy and a certain system. You being the color that you are, black, and then you're going against the grain, they're gonna get you. So when I'm in my office on February the 10th, here come the detectives. You are charged with practicing medicine without a license, selling product not approved by the FDA, and claiming to cure AIDS and other diseases. Mm-hmm. I said, yes. Well, you are making a fraudulent claim. Mm-hmm. I asked the detective, how do you know that?
Because you were advertising in newspapers.
Of course. I advertised in the Village Voice, the Amsterdam News, and the New York Post.
And you were telling people through your advertising that you can cure
AIDS, sickle cell, lupus, herpes, blindness, diabetes, paralysis, and others.
Okay, so they come knocking on the door and...
So knocked on my door and took me to jail. But the funny thing about it, I was happy. I was very, very, extremely happy. When everybody in my office was crying, I was happy because my mama told me they were coming. And I knew that I had sufficient evidence to prove my position. Not only scientifically, empirically, historically, and whatever way they would desire. So while I was in jail, I'm saying, I wonder what defense they would have against me.
Yeah.
I would like to know. But I didn't blame the Attorney General, Mr. Robert Abrams, because why should he accept from me the statement that I cure AIDS and sickle cell and blindness when no one else has ever made those claims? The man had a right to arrest me, but he was making a mistake. So I'm sitting in jail, and I'm happy. When I got out of jail and when I went in front of the judge, I asked 3 questions.
And they were?
They were, Your Honor.
You defended yourself?
Of course I did.
Okay.
Your Honor, is it a fact that the Holy Bible teaches that the herbs are for the healing of the nations? She said yes. Is it a fact that science shows that the human body is carbon-based, and to complement a carbon-based body, you must have a carbon-based substance to complement it, because the body only accepts the substance through the process of chemical affinity. Chemical affinity is important. It's an electrical transfer. Chemical affinity.
Okay.
The body could only accept what it is made of, not something new or alien to it. Last question. Your Honor, is it a fact that the father of medicine, Mr. Hippocrates, the man that established the principle of medical science today, cured every disease known to man, did he use herbs or chemicals? She said herbs. I said, thank you very much. I rest my case.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I understood that the state were unprepared to defend itself. They were unprepared because in the past there was 2,781 cases that came before the Supreme Court and lost.
Yeah.
I won.
Yeah.
Not only did I prove scientifically, but I had the diagnostic sheets, and I do have them today. And those diagnostic sheets didn't come from me. They came from their school, their American medical accredited school. Yes. We have to remember this, that whenever you make a statement that goes against the grain, you better be prepared. You better be prepared. The judge said that I had to bring one of every patient that I had cured, and there was one that said others. The others was a man that came from Italy. He was paralyzed. But I was supposed to take 9. I took 77.
You took 77 patients in court with you?
That's correct. But I knew that my brain was not the same as your brain or any other brain, right? We're unique.
Yeah.
So when I make a statement, they're going to take my statement and pit it against philosophy. It doesn't fit. I represent an entity that isn't philosophical.
And that entity is?
Well, it's an African one. I'm an African. And we have to remember that. You see, we think that we could take a philosophy out of Europe or China and inculcate that into the African brain. It does not resonate. It cannot resonate. You cannot be yourself when you've been adulterated. Being that I am an African, I'm going to look at things the African way. And the African way seems to reduce things to the least common denominator. And guess what I found? That there's only one disease, not 2, not 3, 1. When I opened my big black mouth and told the judge that, oh my God. What did you say? I said, Your Honor, there's only one disease.
And what is
Could
that?
you substantiate that?
Okay.
Of course, I'm not going to just deploy a bunch of empty words. I represent a country. I represent a people. I represent a race. And I represent myself. I'm not going to undermine myself. There's only one disease. The judge said, what is it? I said, you already know. She said, try me. It was a woman, Ann Thelman. I said, Your Honor, when someone has sinusitis, what is obstructing the nasal passage? She said, mucus. And when another has bronchitis, what is obstructing the bronchial tubes? She said, mucus. And when another has pneumonia, what's covering the cells of the lungs? She said, mucus. Dr. Victor Herbert, who is defending the state of New York, jumped up and said, what about AIDS? You and your one disease theory? I said, Your Honor, this doctor is saying that I believe in a theory. I am the last individual on earth that could believe in a theory. I do not lend myself to theories or philosophy. Either I know or I don't know.
Okay.
He's talking about theories.
Yeah. You talking about the real deal.
I'm talking about reality, not theories, not philosophy.
So please share with us.
So she said, and what about AIDS?
Yeah.
So, well, he asked about what about AIDS? He want to know where the mucus. I said, Your Honor, have you been to an AIDS ward? She said, yes. I said, what is it that the AIDS spits up every 5 minutes? He said, mucus. Where is the mucus? It's in the skin, it's in the blood, and the lymphatic system that makes up the immunological system. That is where you find the mucus, Mr. Victor Herbert. How could you agree with, how can you disagree with truth? You see, what happened, I didn't go to school. I have never been to school. I have never attended any school, kindergarten, grade school, high school, or anything. But I had parents that kept me anchored to the African way, not to the Chinese way, not to the European way, not to the Japanese way. I am an African.
Were your patients all of color?
No, no. I have patients that are white. I have more white patients than I have black.
How long ago did you cure the first?
1984.
Okay.
1984. These documents, what they show is that we cure AIDS from a positive to a negative HIV level. Here is one. This is from the Italian hospital. HIV positive, Hospital Vicente di Antoni. He is positive. In the next page, from the same hospital, the same young man, Oswald Zavala, he is negative. The Attorney General, Mr. Robert Abraham, went on the air and said that he would have put me not in jail. He would have put me under the jail. I was looking at him saying that right here in New York on television. I watched him say that. But I knew that this white man didn't know that there was one black man stashed away someplace that has never been to school and doesn't read books. And that black man, by not going to school, is coming with a different premise, a different foundation. He was totally unaware. I knew that. I knew he was helpless. So when he said that you're going to put me under the jail, I said, he's in for a big surprise. When I went to court on the Thursday, the judge said that I would have to bring one of every patient. AIDS, blindness, diabetes, lupus, herpes, sickle cell, impotence, paralysis, and others. 9. I didn't take 9 to the Supreme Court. I took 77 people with accredited medical documents, diagnostic sheets, and the judge go like this: I only want 9. Well, needless to say, with that kind of presentation and giving and exhibiting this, the jurors came back and said, practicing medicine without a license, not guilty, because he doesn't sell medicine. The Lancaster laboratories identify our product as being natural vegetation cell food. Not guilty for claiming that he cures AIDS, because he does, and he has proven it. One of the things that we found in the treatment of AIDS is this. 2 things we have to do simultaneously. One of them is to remove the cause of the presence of the mucus, which there is something in the intestines that need to be removed. Simultaneously, we have to nourish the body back to health, which requires 2 substances. It's a compound of calcium and the other is iron. But when we talk about iron, we have to be very careful.
Why?
Because there are 2 forms of iron. One that is ferrous sulfate. That iron will cause you to bind and prevent you from using the toilet.
More iron is a good one.
But the other iron is a vegetable iron, one that is obtained from plants, such as the sarsaparilla, the burdock, the yellow dock, such as the one that we get from Honduras, the guaco, the contribu, the hombre grande. All these herbs are heavily laden with iron. Upon giving this to the patient, you will see that the condition will be changing immediately. One patient was reversed in 17 days. Alex Suarez in Honduras.
And was the AIDS at a level of almost dying?
What they call HIV positive, he was at Kaposi sarcoma. So you know you're on your way out. You see, again, when I make the statement that I cure AIDS, it is impossible, virtually impossible, to believe that the statement is correct and true. Two reasons. First reason, the physician claims that there is no cure for AIDS.
Yes.
But why should we take the word of the physician? What disease have you cured in 500 years using inorganic and carcinogenic chemicals? He has not cured anyone. So when he tells us that there is no cure for AIDS, well, what's new?
So you cured AIDS by cleaning the body first and
by cleansing the cause of AIDS, which is the mucous membrane. The second reason why it is difficult for my brothers, especially my brothers and sisters, to understand and to believe it, is because if a white man doesn't do it, how could you? And if you're doing it, how come they're not promoting you?
Yes.
But I ask you the question, my black race, why should the white man promote me or us? Who should be the promoting, them or us? And because we have been so compromised, we begin to see that the prejudices that we have against each other's ain't working.
I take his products for sure. I'm working on doing a documentary on the trial in 1985.
I was in what you call a psychiatric ward, schizophrenic and paranoia. Later to walk out of it, to heal that. Every disease begins right here. I mean right here. I don't care if you're blind or if you're insane, it's right here. That acid state influences the brain and the central nerve system. It changes the image in your eyes. You do not see with your eyes. Your eyes is only the lens that the brain looks through. And what the brain sees is what you're gonna see. I had a lady from Mexico, and that lady would say, no, don't let them take me, no. And there was nobody there. I made an extract from the Cascara Sagrada. She said that when she went to the bathroom upon taking the Cascara Sagrada extract, she looked in the commode and she saw some berries that she ate 12 years prior. They were lodged and they became molded and sent off that negative message. Again, the mucous membrane in the intestine were compromised. She no longer crazy.
I know that you have you reference a compound in Honduras. You also operate out of Los Angeles also. So when you get a patient now, if you have a DC patient, does that DC patient need to go to LA or Honduras? Or?
No, we treat them. In fact, we send 1,000 packages a day throughout the world right now. Israel, Hong Kong, China, Russia. We have people in the place now from Russia. We have people from all over the world. We send packages all over the world. You don't have to even be in Honduras. But it is good to go to Honduras because the thermal waters are there.
Yeah.
And they accelerate the process of healing. Once you immerse your body in it and you drink it.
You speak of Honduras.
Now, about the medical science saying that I'm a quack.
Yeah.
I do not blame medical science for making that statement. Because my race has never done anything on that level of endeavor to express itself able to cure diseases on that level, in other words. So, sure, I'm a quack, but I don't care what they say.
Yeah.
What I was concerned with, not medical science, because I know that they're the one that is violating. I am not the violator. Hippocrates did not establish the school of medicine by using chemicals, because the chemicals cannot assimilate. A chemical cannot assimilate with the human body. An herb can, because they are electrical.
Okay.
Herbs are electrical, and we have yet to understand that. I was concerned with the black leadership of America, not medical science. When I had cured these people of sickle cell and lupus and herpes and blindness, I was happy. I said, now I could go to all the leaders. I could go to Minister Farrakhan. I could go to Jesse Jackson. I could go to Al Sharpton. I could go to Oprah Winfrey. But what I found out, I was mistaken. I was wrong. They are not interested in the healing of any black people.
That's an explosive claim.
That is not an explosive statement. That is a reality. There isn't a black leader in America that is interested in the health of the black race.
Do you say that because they refuse to interact with you?
They are not in the position to respond. If they were, my first case of AIDS was cured in 1984. Yeah. And since then, we've been curing people of lupus and herpes and cancer and blindness. Not one black leader ever said, well, let us help the brother.
Dealing with African governments and African leaders, that after you have presented your body of work and these different people that you have healed, and Africa, many countries in Africa being so desperately in need of a way to address, just start and stop with AIDS. But for the most part, they've rejected your approach.
Of course, and they were right to reject me. Not only Africa, I quit my job as an engineer to go to Dominica. I went to Dominica, and oh, I was happy. Beautiful island, beautiful people. And people were cured of blindness, diabetes, and a whole lot of other stuff.
You said people were cured. You helped?
Yes, while I was there. Mm-hmm. And Miss Mary Eugenia Charles said, you got to go. I said, but Miss Charles, I'm doing a service here. Yeah. Look, you got to go. Okay? She kicked me out. Yeah. Me and my crazy self, I went to South Africa under the leadership of Mr. Nelson Mandela. I said, well, I went to the Board of Health. I said, this is what I have done. And I showed them all my documents and diagnostic sheets. AIDS is devastating South Africa. Yeah. So I thought that because I could do this job, that I would be received with love. That's all I wanted, love, right? Understood. Mandela said, get out of here. Nelson Mandela, wait. Another one, Mr. Mugabe from Zimbabwe. Oh, I got to Zimbabwe, I took all these boxes of compounds and, oh, I was happy. I'm gonna do some work in Africa. He said, get out. I said, wow, what's wrong with me? What have I done wrong? But when I look at it carefully, the African were right to kick me out. They are right to reject me. Every African country is 100% right.
Why do you say that?
They are right because the African people are totally unaware that what they are eating is undermining their struggle, undermining their own existence. Mm-hmm. Africa is eating starch and blood. Starch and blood. Now, let us take that to the laboratory and see if there's food there. No, there's no food.
I'm not doing anything but allowing myself to be the servant I always want to be. I didn't want to be anything but that. And now I'm leaving that. I want to be a good servant. I want to do something good. And I did that. I cure AIDS, I cure diabetes, I cure sickle cell, I cure lupus, herpes, blindness. Now that is like gone. That was the easiest thing to do, curing AIDS and the rest of those diseases. Now I have embarked on organic, electric agriculture. And what is that? Well, what I'm going to do, if you plant a tomato plant or an okra plant or cucumber or broccoli, these plants are artificial plants. They cannot send their root into the soil and extract from the soil the minerals because they're hybrid. They are non-electrical. They only could use the sun rays and the wind, water. They cannot convert the minerals from the soil into a food. That could only be done by a natural plant that is non-starch. That process is called, the conversion is called iontrophoresis, according to Edward Schultz. Iontrophoresis is the process in which you convert from a solid to a liquid. That could only be done by a natural plant. Is the process in which you convert from a solid to a liquid. That could only be done by a natural plant. But since an okra is artificial, so are tomatoes and cucumbers and broccoli, what I'm going to do, knowing that they have the ability to absorb water, to digest water, then I'm going to boil the natural plants, which are electrical, and feed them that and electrify that plant.
So what are natural plants? What are natural vegetables?
All natural vegetables are those that you find in the forest. I know some from Africa, the Kankansa, the Marula, the Hudia, the Popa, the Sia. In Honduras, I know the Guaco, the Contrivo, the Hombre Grande, the Sarsaparilla, and many more. So I know plants from all over the world because I travel. So what I'm going to do is boil them, remove the energy, which is electrical, and feed that to your natural plants because they do have the ability to suck up moisture, and there you electrify the plant. Electric food, you ask if we are electrical. If we were not electrical, if we weren't electrical, we would not be able to move. Just by the movement of our heart, the palpitation of the heart, which is 6,000 pounds per square inch pressure, it's pushing against. What moves the heart? There could be no movement unless that movement is electrical. So the food should be electrical, which is nutrition. Food we all eat. You know what is food? McDonald's, some Cheerios, that's food. And some rice and beans, that's food. But nutrition is electrical, and there's a difference.
Something is of usefulness in my structure, in my biological structure. It must necessarily be electrical. And the only substance that is electrical are those substances that come from the forest we call the jungle. Because the molecular structure is complete, it's not broken. How I found out that black people should be vegetarians, because when I begin to remove you from that meat and that stuff, that grease, you begin to say in 1 week, how the pain that you had for years begin to disappear.
Michael Jackson took me to Hawaii, right? So Michael, he's famous, I'm not. I'm just another nigga there that nobody knows about. So I'm driving the car all through Maui. But I love Maui, girl. Maui's pretty. I'm gonna go back to Maui. Maui is nice. Guess what I saw? I saw Callaloo growing thickness, like from this wall to this little wall here, for miles and miles and miles and miles. Wow. And the only person in Maui that's eating the Callaloo is a Jamaican from Montego Bay.
Wow.
So I asked him, I said, hey, how come nobody eating the Callaloo? He said, man, don't tell nobody that stuff is that good. Wait. So I said, well, what the Hawaiian eat? They eat Spam. Do you know that the U.S. government, that company Hormel meat, they make Spam special for Hawaii?
You're kidding me.
And yet they got Callaloo right there. You know about Callaloo? I know you bad, girl.
Oh, I love Callaloo.
I know you are bad. Callaloo is one of the most nourishing substances there is on the planet. And you want me to tell you something about Callaloo? Do you know that in the Caribbean, Callaloo seeds made a fool out of me?
Amaranth?
Callaloo made a fool out of me right in New York. I'm going to show you. In my very wise years, I used to grow wheatgrass. And an old lady came and said, you're dumb. I said, oh God. Mrs. Holloman, why did you say I'm dumb? Because you're dumb. You using that wheatgrass, that's wheat. That's acid. I said, oh shit. I got rid of wheat, right? So when I'm in New York, I noticed that Callaloo growing all over the place. It grows in New York and Philadelphia and New Jersey. It grows here. But what the Callaloo gonna show me that it will not show you in Grenada, in Trinidad, or in Barbados, or anywhere else but United States? Around November, the latter part of November, look for it. The flowers of the Callaloo are going to produce some very small little seeds. They're pretty. They're red, blue, pink, all colors. They're beautiful. So now the wise me, I'm going to say, yeah,
I stopped eating the wheatgrass, so I'm gonna eat callaloo sprouts. So I got my little tray, I put the medium, then I sprinkle the seeds on it. How long it take you for wheatgrass to grow? 3 weeks? And you got a nice grass? Callaloo ain't sprung yet. 1 month passed, no callaloo sprout. 2 months passed, no callaloo sprout. I goes in my bed in Brooklyn and I lay there. This damn callaloo isn't sprouting. And the callaloo say, you're stupid. I'm natural. I'm electrical. I sprout in the spring. Oh my God. Excuse me 1 second. Oh God. When the callaloo sprout, it was all over. Look at the callaloo. And what it did to me, I said, you know, you never know how much you know until you confront reality. And then you know how much you don't know. And I love it. Then another one that tricked me was not the callaloo, was the blue vervain.
I've heard you talk about the blue vervain.
You know the blue vervain, right? That's a pretty plant.
You commented about finding blue vervain and someone tricked you into thinking it was blue vervain, but it was not blue vervain. Is that true?
That's right. The blue vervain home is Florida. Like when I saw the blue vervain in Florida, I said, oh God, this is not true. The blue vervain anywhere else in the world grow this tall the highest. In Florida, it's way up here.
Wow.
The blue vervain in other countries, the flowers falls off at noon, not in Florida. So plants take on this character like everything else in life. They behave with nature. You know, they behave with nature. But when you mention callaloo, as a chef, I know you know what you're doing. I know you know what you're doing.
Thank you.
Callaloo, the Spanish government used to kill you if they catch you eating callaloo. In Spanish, they call it bledo. It's powerful. It's delicious. I love callaloo. When they were occupying Central America, they didn't want you eating callaloo because they know that callaloo gives you so much energy. I have to eat your food, girl.
Well, it'd be an honor to prepare some callaloo.
I gotta eat your food. Well, these three here, Marina, Yesenia, and Jordanos, they represent the Bolingo development, which is the African biomineral balance. But when you mentioned callaloo, I went straight to Hawaii. I went straight to Hawaii. You been to Hawaii?
I've never been.
You got to go to Maui. I went there with Michael. I was there 2 months.
Wow.
Michael Jackson. And we were eating callaloo. They experienced something. Jonjon. You know jonjon? Jonjon is a mushroom that only comes from one country, Haiti. It's a little mushroom this size. And when you take wild rice and you cook jonjon with the wild rice, oh God, you think you're eating the best thing you ever had in your life. If you take the jonjon and you cook it with the white rice, it would change the white rice from dextrose to dextrin. It changes the molecular structure. It's no longer acid. Because the mushrooms, as you know, the mushroom world is the highest electrical world there is in the vegetable kingdom. This is why the Russians used the mushroom to clean up Chernobyl. The nuclear waste in Chernobyl, mushroom clean it up. And the hogs are eating the mushroom and getting high.
Really? Sebi, there's a lot of people asking about the mushrooms. They ask me every day, Aki, can we eat mushrooms? Is it electrical? It doesn't have a seed. It looks like a fungus. What is this? Can we really eat it?
You see, when they talk about fungus and fungi, there's a difference. The mushroom
come from a world they call the mycelium network. I learned that in Mexico. The mycelium network is a network that grows about a foot under the top of the soil. Out there, just a foot under. It grows like a web, spider web, and when the ozone level is right, they spring up. There is an ant in Brazil. He's a stupid ant. The ant knows the strength and the power of the mycelia, and he eat it anyway. But the mycelia are gonna trick the ants, because when he eat the mycelia, the ant's gonna die. But the ants find his way all the way up to the top of the tree, and his head bursts open, and the mycelia uses him to spread himself throughout the valley.
Wow.
They recorded that, and that was strange. The mushroom world is the most electrifying world.
Even outside of growing in the sun, they grow in the dark, yes?
How is that?
The shrooms, they grow in the dark, right?
That's right.
So how are they absorbing sunlight?
What was the question?
The shrooms, how are they absorbing sun?
They don't need that, so it doesn't matter. You could take something natural, a natural root, and you could eat it raw and you get the energy. You can boil it, you get the energy. You could burn it to an ash and grind the powder and you put it in water and you still get energy.
Gotcha.
As long as it is native. Geology call that native plants. Because the plants, like carrots and beets and turnips, they grow through the process of photosynthesis. Not a natural plant. He's photovoltaic. He's electrical. He's come on a different category altogether. So yes, if it's natural, you could eat it raw or cooked, you're going to get the same amount of energy. If it's unnatural, if you cook it or not, you're not going to get any energy. Young man, I say, yes, sir. I heard that you've been experimenting with herbs. He said, yes. Well, I'm blind. I'm blind for 10, 11 years. Could you help me? I said, I'll try. If you make me see, I give you $1 million. I gave the man the substance. When am I going to see? I said, about Friday. Now, why did I select Friday until this day? I don't know. But I was so sure of myself. But how could a boy that didn't go to school be so sure of himself? The man went home with the medicine. And the Wednesday, good morning, young man. I raised my right hand. He said, you raise your right hand. I winked my left eye. He said, you wink your left eye. I said, the man is seeing. At that point of my journey, I couldn't explain that. I know it's a bunch of herbs that cleanse the man's body, but they were all alkali plants.
Okay, thank you. Some females report that when they're eating from the nutritional guides, their menses stop. Should they be worried about fertility?
When they said that when they eat from the nutritional guide that the menses stop.
Some menses stop and some feel no more pain, which is good, but some people just stop altogether. So they're worried about, well, am I fertile?
Wait, what again? Menses. Are we supposed to see, a woman supposed to see her menses every month according to the norm? Yes, not according to life. History didn't show that, doesn't show that. I am told by many ancient people that the woman used to menstruate once every 4 years.
Wow. What?
And only for 10 minutes.
Right.
But her body was clean.
Of course.
And my sperm wasn't white, it was green.
Wow.
Now my sperm is white, and you have a mens every month. You're releasing an ovum every month that is unnatural because you're accelerating the body. High metabolism. No. So when some of them says that the menses stop, there could be a good reason, there could be a good thing.
That sounds good. So they're still fertile, you think?
Sure.
I recognize that the black woman, I repeat, the black woman is from whom we all came that are black. So if I came out of a black woman, how could I be as smart as her? I don't understand how I could be. I believe that I'm few of the black men or males that understand that the black woman is of a greater equity to the union than I am, because she and she alone is what trains the cubs. You will never see a cub following a lion. Cubs follow the mama, because the daddy can't teach the cubs anything. It is the mama that teaches everything. But we have grown into this philosophical man that we have to compound the problem by putting our woman down.
So did it
I
come
am
back
not
from
one of
slavery
them.
too?
That had to come from slavery. Because if I ask the religious people, they're going to say, God said that. But if God said that, maybe God was talking to some other folks instead of some black folks in the parts of Africa. Because in the parts of Africa, we were one. The resonance of a black woman ovum is of a higher vibration than that of a white man's sperm. The ovum of a black woman and the sperm of a black man is of the same vibratory rate. They come from the same genetic structure. Now, whenever a black woman ovulates, in the first days of its ovulation, that black sperm is going to find it and impregnate, and there is the result of a baby. But when the black woman is ovulating and she's married to a white man, the white man's sperm does not have the same vibration as that of a black woman's ovum. So what's going to happen here? The sperm is not going to be able to penetrate because the resonance is greater from here, pushing it back. So when does the white man's sperm impregnate a black woman ovum? When the ovum is on the second or third day dying, then it goes in. Because it is not black with black and white with white. If a white man make a baby with a white woman, that is affinity. When a black man make baby with a black woman, that is also affinity. You see, gorillas doesn't have babies with polar bears, and buzzards doesn't have babies with pelicans. But human beings believe, but it's okay, another human being. Yeah, maybe so, but of different genetic structure.
So
that is forbidden in the laws of life. That never happened. Within the cosmic arrangement, animals doesn't crossbreed. Only human beings, in the name of love.
About you having worked with Michael Jackson.
Yes.
Can you tell us about how that came about and what kind of work you did with him?
I was home a Sunday afternoon in Los Angeles on La Cienega. Somebody threw a rock at my window. When I looked outside, it was Randy. Well, I had known Randy over the years, Randy Jackson,
yes,
Michael Jackson's brother.
Mm-hmm.
So he came upstairs. What's it? My brother want to see you. I said, who? Michael. Michael? Michael want to see me? I'm the least of the individual that people want to see. I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. Mm-hmm. I went to see him, and he said he was in agreement with me traveling with him. And I told him that I would be able to help him. Yeah. He couldn't sleep. He was in a very bad emotional state.
What time frame, what time period was this? Do you remember?
2004.
Okay.
I was with him from February until September.
Of 2004.
At the ending of September, I told him, I said, you know, you're singing, you feel good, you're looking good, I'm leaving. He said, don't leave me. I said, why? He said, I want you by my side, but I have a business to build. Yeah. But I love Michael. Michael's beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful brother.
What did you do for him?
What I did for him was this. I gave Michael an intracellular chelation. An intracellular chelation means that I'm going to clean every cell that makes up every organ that total his biological structure. Because he was full of a whole lot of drugs, you know, the pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah.
couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
His nerve was shattered. So I began treating him.
Yeah.
And at the ending of the period, he was doing good, and I left.
Well, we have Mr. Michael Jackson.
What was his problem?
Well, everything with his nervous system. Just name it, he had it. I had Mr. Steven Seagal, which had a headache for many years, and the llamas didn't cure it.
The llamas from where?
Tibet.
Oh, he was in Tibet?
Kathmandu, he's a llama. So I cured his headache, and the llamas didn't.
Where did he get the headache from?
From inside of his head. He had a lot of inflammation in his head.
So how did you cure his headache?
I gave him a composition of iron and phosphorus, and his headache was gone in less than 5 minutes. The other one that I treated was Mr. Eddie Murphy family and his mother. Well, you know, these are things that, you know, patient, doctor, confidential.
Okay.
You cannot say that, but I treated Eddie Murphy's mother. I treated Mr. Cecily Tyson's brother. He had his disease, and well, I treated
I just could not believe that there was not a cure for, I don't care what disease, especially AIDS. I could not believe it. And about a week later, I was in the studio talking to a producer friend of mine named Michael Anthony, and he just decided to tell me about a man that he knew who had the cure, and that man was Dr. Sebi.
In the tiny village, Lisa sought guidance for body and soul from an herbal guru named Dr. Sebi.
Dr. Sebi, you know, according to him, can cure anything. Everything from trying to lose weight to, you know, looking for a cure for AIDS. People go there with hopes and dreams that Dr. Sebi can somehow save them.
She had been through so many intense problems in her career and in her life and in her personal life that she didn't know where to turn. And this doctor, she said, had shown her how to really open up and cleanse all of the negativity out of her.
She told me she was suffering with alcoholism and that she was smoking excessively, cigarettes, drinking and smoking. She asked me, what do I need to do to stay on the side of peace? I said, fast, do what Jesus did. She said, what did Jesus do? He fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. At the ending of the fasting, she came to me. I heard the door opening at 2 o'clock in the morning. She said, I completed my fast this morning. I said, what did you see? I saw God. She said, I'm going to make you famous. I said, how? Because I'm going to talk about you. Does everyone know you cure AIDS and cancer?
There's just a lot of people in the world who are suffering. They're sick. They're not happy. They're looking for answers. They don't know where to turn. Well, I know a man who's been curing AIDS since 1987. This guy has taught me a lot, and I need to share my knowledge, you know, with the world.
Can you please tell us what your experience was with her? Because
Lisa.
she said, we have the footage, that she was committed to spreading the word of Dr. Sebi. What did you do with her and for her?
I don't know why Lisa would say that she was spreading the word of Dr. Sebi, because she healed Dr. Sebi.
She healed you?
That's right. This young lady came to me because she needed help, right?
Yes.
Her eyes were blinking really fast, and she had a little thing that she was suffering with that she wanted to get rid of, and she got rid of them. And one day she said to me, you know, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. She's in a 21 days fast. No, sorry, 42 days fast. Mm-hmm. Lisa came in the hut where I was living with these 2 cups of sea moss. Sea moss is known as Chondrus cryptus. I had her drinking sea moss. She said, you know, you have helped me, but you need healing. And she was right. I was in a state of disarray, and I didn't know it. It took a woman to show me that. And Lisa was the one that showed me that.
And what do you mean that you were in a state of disarray?
Well, at the time, I was involved with 3 different wives. I had 3 wives then, Matun, Annette, and Ma'a. Mm-hmm. And my life was not as stable because I had other women pregnant. You know, a young girl, 19 years old, was pregnant.
Outside of those three?
Yeah, outside of those three wives. Her name was Fanny. She had my little girl now that run the village named Salma. She's 20. So Lisa said to me that I needed help. And you know, I didn't realize how much help I needed until Lisa told me that morning, and she was right.
What was the kind of help you needed?
I was like emotionally out of it. I mean, I was out of it.
And were you finding, did you realize that you were finding temporary security, affection, or love through the act of these other women? Is that what it was?
Love. No. Love is something that I never depended on from a woman. In fact, I don't even like it. You see, look, listen carefully.
I am.
The thing that moves Sebi is that object on the horizon that always keeps showing up.
Every morning.
Not the love of a woman. And this was given to me by my mother. My mother said, look, when you were born into the world, you didn't born with a twin. Okay? So you remember this, that the love that's going to secure you through life is the love that you offer yourself, not the love of a woman. That could come and go. I've been married 4 times. I came home and found my wife in bed with another man. I didn't even feel bad. I felt good. My grandfather always said, get another quick.
Oh, wow.
It's beautiful. Look, these are the things that we need to cultivate, not the dependency of another. Why should you be dependent on me for love? On yourself. That love that you have for you, that love would never die. But if you depend on me, why would you want to do that? I mean, why would I even want the love of a woman when one day she tells me, well, I don't love you no more? Well, that's fine. Keep on stepping. But my friend John, he didn't do that. He killed himself. Miguel Angel Cruz on the ship, I was a merchant seaman. He killed himself. He jumped over the side of the ship.
Over that thing called love.
So your love, this word love, we need to re-examine that. I love women. Every woman I've been with, I love now, but I do not depend on their love. You ask about the young lady with us, she says she loved me. She's 25, ask her. I'm 82. I'm supposed to be jumping for joy. Not so. My eyes is on the prize, which is Africa. I don't believe that I would ever feel as comfortable as I would like to feel if I do not accomplish the goal that I'm pursuing.
And it is. And that
helping Africa to get out of
my conversation with Lisa Lopez one night in the village, she said to me, you know what I found out in my 42 days past? That we really don't know anything. I said, you're right, Lisa. We don't know anything. And what all these books are for? I said, I don't know. I don't read them. I don't read any books. I don't read nobody's book. I don't care whose book is this. I said, but then it's only left one thing. We should only offer compassion to each other. She received great benefits from the treatment. And she told me to mention it, which I had not mentioned it ever. I think I'm going to say it now. Lisa came with all of the little maladies, superficial, you know, maybe some alcoholism, little light too, not much. And she was kind of nervous and her eyes were blinking really fast. Yes. And that stopped, everything stopped. And one day we were in a conversation and she said, you know, Dr. Sebi, when I came to you, I had herpes and I didn't tell you, and it's all gone. I said, thank you. Thank you very much. Because it showed the value of the intracellular chelation. You don't have to tell me what you have. It's going to be relief of your body. It will be, because you're going to search out. It goes into the bloodstream and goes to every part of you and remove what you didn't tell me you had. So I'm satisfied with the process. Lisa Lopez, Teddy Pendergrass, he was moving everything that was never supposed to move. Yeah. But he, like Cicely Tyson, they both didn't pay me. Wow. So that was okay. And Michael Jackson didn't pay me either. Wow. And that was okay. I could understand.
The village was open right after the court case. You know, my father had his court case in 1988. And then right after that, you know, we went out there, my mother, my father, you know, the whole family, and he founded the Usha Village. And that was, we didn't take out loans for that. That was funded directly out of his pocket, out of the Fig Tree's pocket.
Dr. Sebi put together the the new compounds, such as the chelation 1. Chelation 1 is designed to enter the body and remove maximum amount of debris from the colon. The other one we put together is the electrocell. It's self-identity, self-explanatory. Electrocell, to electrify the body. Meaning that we have selected from the forest the plants that are highest in electrical impulses, put them together in a tablet form. So as you begin to cleanse with the chelation 1, you're being nourished with the electrocell. Simultaneously, we're going to give you another one, which is the E-card. The E-card is to remove fluid from the system. Fluids from the system, unwarranted fluids. At the same time, simultaneously, nourishing the muscles. So the other one, which makes up the package of intracellular cleansing and rebuilding, is the central nerve system. That is the first system that gives way once it enters the body. In strengthening these systems, we find that people with AIDS, diabetes, leukemia, sickle cell, in less than 48 hours begin to show you where their health has improved. And many who had AIDS, I have diagnostic sheet to show you, the world, that we have cured AIDS in 14 to 17 days. On the average, we cure AIDS 3 months, 90 days. They wiped me out in February last year. When I went to my shop, there was nothing in there. My wife, my manager, my daughter, the manager's daughter, and everybody else wiped and took everything away. Wow. A business that I had now for 15 years. Pablo, the Mexican, said, "What you gonna do?" I said, "Well, I'm gonna take my tail and put between my legs and I'm gonna roll over and play dead." He said, "You out of your mind?" Called Jenny. That's a Mexican. Jenny came. "What's wrong?" I said, "Well, they took out everything." She called her mom and borrowed some money and thought with her computer. That very day, this one showed up. Your nano shows up. "What happened?" I said, "I don't know." Your nano showed up with her boyfriend. Said, in a car. And I'm looking at this girl. I know she was like Ethiopian, but she came to buy something. You came to buy, right? And it's clean. Guess what your nano said? "I want to help you." Your dad would drive from San Bernardino to LA, which is about an hour and a half for free working for me. Then came her. Wow. These two and Jenny and Pablo, and we started business all over again. Beautiful. Now the business is like, wow. Beautiful. How many people work there now? Is she number 1, you see her number 2, Jessica number 3, Brenda number 4. Who is number 5?
Beatriz.
Beatriz. Beverly number 5. Sonia. Mario.
Valeria and Kevin, right?
And what about the other Jenny?
Jennifer. Jennifer. See?
Yeah. So how many of you are there now? 11? Or 10?
10 of us.
10.
10. Running.
But these two started it. But when she came, when Jenny hired her, I said, "No, I wonder why Jenny hired her." She's so fragile, so small.
Wow.
But when she opened her mouth and started talking, I tell her phone, I said, "Oh God, I better shut the fuck up." You see, you messed me up. This one here, she came in there like she knew everything from the start. But that's that African behavior. I told her one day, "You being an Africanist to me, girl?" And she did. But she's good. She's good at it. She's very swift. She's very fast. She's fast too, but she's shy. This one isn't. So you have all these various expressions of human beings.
Yes.
And it's so beautiful, girl.
Yes.
I love you guys.
Where are you from, sister?
I'm from Eritrea.
I was thinking Eritrean, Somalian, something, right. Ethiopian, and you are from?
I'm from California, but my parents are Mexican.
Rainbow. I'm from Oklahoma.
And you, where you from?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Yes.
Yeah.
My family is Choctaw.
The first time I came in contact with a plant that I hated, this low down plant, and boy, that plant come back on me one day. I have this hate-love relationship with certain plants, and this was one of them because I was growing with it. Burdock. You got a lot of burdock in Oklahoma, and it stick on you, right?
A lot of burdock, a lot of wild berries, persimmon, wild persimmon.
Oklahoma got everything.
Yeah, I grew up with my grandmother also.
That's me.
And I was living on her land with my grandfather where we grew everything. And so growing up now, I'm 35.
You're 35?
Yes, sir.
Wow, you're much younger.
Thank you. But I had an affinity for the taste. I knew what food tastes like. You know, when I got older and I tasted the McDonald's and all of the processed Kroger Mart food and the regular, conventional things, I knew what food's supposed to taste like because my grandfather grew it and I helped him in the garden every year. So my grandmother would send us to bake pies out of the berries in our yard or the persimmon in our trees or the pears in our trees. So I understood what food's supposed to taste like. So for me, it was very, I felt the ancestral call when I heard your message and listened to you talk about indigenous food, Aboriginal foods, talking about electricity and how we're connected to the sun as a people of the earth. And I understood that these 4 elements are the simple ways in which we can maintain our health, just returning back to nature. Very, very simple. And your message was simple.
Yeah.
And that's what I think resonates.
I want to
with
taste your
everyone.
food.
I want you to taste it. I brought some
I want to taste your food,
I said, I wonder if Sebi would come into the kitchen with me and, we may make some callaloo. But I brought you some callaloo.
Callaloo?
I want to inquire about something that I think maybe you also have come into contact with, and that is ayahuasca. If that's something you would be open to discussing. Are you familiar with the plant?
You mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
What sign are you?
Pisces.
Pisces?
Yes, sir.
You low down. What date?
February 23rd.
The what?
February the 23rd.
The 24th?
3rd.
First?
3rd. The 3rd. 23rd.
23rd?
23, yes.
I have a little girl.
Okay.
She's 3 years old.
Oh, wow.
Her mom is crazy. Her mama is out of her mind. I mean, she got to be out of her mind. I'm with Pablo in the mall in Honduras. This little girl, 23 years old, came up to me and said, "Are you Dr. Sebi?" I said, "Yep." She said, "You know, I've been watching you for months. And I don't know why I want you to be the father of my baby." I said, "You're crazy. How old are you?" She said, "I'm 23. I said, "I'm 77. I said, "I could be your grandfather." She said, "I know that. Not only you could be my grandfather, you're black, you're old, and you're ugly. But I still want you to be my baby's father. So what you gonna do?" I said, "I don't want no baby with you." So I walk away from Pamela. Pamela insisted and insisted and insisted. And one night Pamela got pissed off and came to the village for the first time. Came in my hut and said to me, "I want you to tell me what is wrong with me that you don't want to make love to me." And she broke me down and we made love once. She got pregnant and she was the happiest 23 years old. And when she was pregnant, she dreamt every night with my mother. But I said, "My mama been dead 4 years now. You don't know my mother." "I know your mother." I said, "How are you going to connect with my mother and she died?" She said, "Well, I know your mother. She come in my dream every night. And my baby going to look like your mother." And my baby was born the 26th of March, No, the 26th of February. She's Pisces. The same day with my mama, and the baby looked just like my mama.
Wow.
Pisces woman. Pisces, I see. That's Pisces. You guys are vigilant. Taiwa was only 3 years old. She was given to me when she was 8 months because the poor little mother came down with postpartum depression, Pamela. I have to take care of this baby, but I'm 78 with an 8-month-old baby in the bed, so I have to put the pillows. I sleep there, Taiwa's hair, I put the pillows over her so she wouldn't roll off. Me and Taiwa. I got a baby at 8 months. And she didn't get a babysitter until she was 1 year and 8 months. But Taiwa grew up drinking sea moss and hemp milk. Sea moss and hemp milk. Sea moss and hemp milk. My baby now, Taiwa, where's your brain? Taiwa, where's your liver? She knows every part of her body. And she's 3. She tell me. So she got a baby's telescope and she put it in my heart. She go like this. You sick. Pisces, you guys have beautiful eyes. You guys are dangerous woman too. My mama, I hate her for that. My mama born the 26th. Erica Badu born the 26th of February too, right?
Yes.
I just called her a couple of days, maybe yesterday.
I thought about when you said
Where is she right now?
I haven't spoken to her in probably 2 months. And she's been in Dallas, Texas in her home. But she tours so much. So I'm not sure.
But you know, I got healing from your girl.
From America?
I'm going to talk about it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Lisa Lopez.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Lisa came to me for healing and wound up healing me. That's the power of you women. We were talking about that today, right? The power of the woman that the men never had, never will have, or don't even know about. But we men have a tendency to deny that, to negate that, to want to suppress that, to control that, when it wasn't about that. It wasn't about that ever. This Russian that's in the village now, that's taking his treatment, he said, you know, man, I grew up in a house that is gypsy, and all I remember is the voice of a woman. I never heard the voice of my father. He better not open his mouth. No, he better not.
Wow.
Not a gypsy. But the gypsy male enjoy life better than the Irish man because he knows that the woman is the boss. And he have no problem with it.
He surrendered.
That's you guys. I love you guys. Now, Chef Aki, we want your food, girl.
Our time is coming. Our time is here, actually.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you.
As a
You know, wait, let me tell you what's been happening. Orel and his wife and Mr. G, Dr. Sebi, Chef Aki's coming. Is she okay? She's coming.
Oh.
So wait, guess what they did? This one has said, are you going to change your clothes? I said, no. That's what made for. And Chef Aki came there, she is. Did I have to change my clothes?
No, sir.
But she thought so.
No, sir. No, I want you just.
But you know what I like about it? That Orel, Mr. G, and all of them, and including myself, we were waiting for a very special person. And they thought that I was supposed to put my bow tie on and look presentable and watch your mouth, Sebi, when she comes.
Oh, no.
I know.
I don't watch my mouth. I'm known for not watching my mouth.
That's me, loose cannon.
Yeah.
But I saw a flick of you that he showed me that you were, or you, where you fixing the soil.
Oh.
That is so good.
What was I doing?
You were working in the garden on your Instagram post.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope one day you get opportunity to go to the village of Usha
Oh, love to.
in Honduras.
Love to.
Because we're developing
organic electric agriculture. Let me go back to it a little bit, that you would see what we're doing. If you take a natural plant is electrical. It's electrical. Why? Because it has carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen as part of the structure of that plant. It has the ability, this is the soil, it sends the root all the way down in the ground, a natural plant. It takes all the natural minerals and convert it into a liquid. Only a natural plant could do that. A natural plant root convert the solid mineral into a liquid. What? Do you know that man hasn't made a laboratory to do that? Only a plant that is natural could do that. The process is called iontrophoresis. The ability to convert from a solid to a liquid. Okay. That's burdock. That's yellow dock. That's like the other one, which is the red clover. That's also the sarsaparilla. That's also the guaco, the contrivo, the hombre grande, the cancansa, the popa, the sia, the marula. All these plants are electrical. Why? Because they are native. Now, when you take a carrot plant, well, just put the carrot out of the way because we don't use that. But when we use like turnips or squashes or tomatoes, they send their root about this high, inch only. And they do not have the ability to convert the solid to a liquid. And I struggled with that for years. Guess what I found out though? That the unnatural plant has the ability to absorb water or liquid, right? They absorb liquid. Tomato plant does. Cucumber does, right? When you put the water on it, it absorbs it. I said, oh yeah? So what I would do then is get the plants that are organic and electrical and deionize them by boiling them and pouring that electric liquid as a nourisher for the tomato, the cucumber, the okras, and you get a product that when you eat it, you say, oh God, I can't believe this.
That has to be amazing.
You have electrified a hybrid plant. And the product is sweet. The okras were large because, you know, I was influenced by Louisiana. I didn't eat okras in Honduras. I ate okra in Louisiana.
Interesting.
Because those niggas in Louisiana, they know how to cook stuff. They cook stuff to kill you, but it tastes so good. God, I miss my poor boy sandwich.
Very rich food.
You know what I did? This nigga head's crazy. When I go to New Orleans, I buy 2 pounds of oyster mushroom. And I go to the lizard field by Jaegers. I say, hey, I want y'all to take these mushrooms and you prepare them, that day when you prepare the other oysters, these are mushrooms, and make me an oyster sandwich. Except it's not the animal, it's the mushroom.
It's the mushroom. Oh, I know that was delicious.
And I would buy my draft beer and go to City Park and sit down and pretend I'm in New Orleans in 1954 with my friends, or the Jean Jean, or here is Jean Jean. Here it is. Smell them, you see.
Thank you.
Smell them.
Ooh.
Yeah, girl. These, thank you, Aurel. I'm taking these to Honduras to cook. Look, these things.
Oh my goodness.
These are very good. These are like nourishing. You had them before, right? Jean Jean is powerful.
Truffle almost. Like if you made an oil, like an oil with it. Oh my. That's very strong.
They're strong.
Sheesh.
I was with Michael Jackson when there's a woman in Orlando, Florida. They came in the room and she's talking English, but the English is kind of broken. But she's very light skinned. Looked like white. I said to her, where you from? She said, I'm from Morocco. Oh yeah? How many languages you speak? 5? She said, yes. Because everybody in Morocco speaks 5 languages. Everybody. Kids, 5 languages, no less.
Wow.
I said, where you from? She said, I'm from Haiti. I said, you know Jean-Jean? She said, yeah. I said, could you cook me a pot of Jean-Jean? She did, and brought it 2 days later. Michael Jackson ate half the pot by himself. This stuff is so delicious.
Wow.
Oh God, Jean-Jean is delicious. Huh. So we learn every day, right?
Yes.
We learn every day. But I'm glad to meet this grand chef.
Oh,
Chef Aki.
I'm more glad to meet you, and it's so timely because I'm just now
Like
about
everything
to.
else.
Indeed, I'm launching my first book, and I was just writing the foreword in the book, and I gave honor to some of my honored ancestors who have passed, and some of my living elders now who have kind of been the cornerstone for my research and my work and my passion. And I said, I have to stop and give honor to Dr. Sebi before I can go any further in this work, because listening to him since 2002, I flew from Texas to Atlanta to come and see you. And since that time, I was researching hybrid food. And I said, I can't put this book out without giving honor to him. And in the past 3 weeks, I've had pressure to put it out. And when I heard you were coming, I said, okay, this is why this hasn't happened yet, because I have to see my elder before I can release this book. And to let you know that your work has spearheaded a movement with young people all over, and that indigenous cultures all over the world, Native American women like myself, my Native family, my Cree family, my Seminole family that I'm very much in contact with, I'm teaching them about indigenous and Aboriginal foods, and as well as a lot of the Hispanic brothers and sisters and the Eritrean brothers and sisters, the young people. We are getting the message, and we're teaching the young, and we're moving that message forward. So we honor you. And I was sitting in a circle last night of about 30 people, and I got dressed and I hurried up and came here. But I spent my night in a prayer and in a meditation. And in my prayer, I was singing some of my native songs, and my grandmother came to me and she said, you are not going to do an interview today. You're going to have a chit chat with your elder, and just to honor him and to listen.
You're so humble. But this work is woman. You laughing, but it's the truth. Good. Everything about me is about women. Everything.
Awesome.
I never had a father. Never had a male voice in my ear as a child. Had a mom and a grandmother. Then I came into the world, and then the people that women are married, they were always controlling me. And the woman that gave me the name Sebi, it was a woman that said I was a healer. And when they took me to this crazy woman on Adams Street, you been to LA?
Yes.
Right, Adams and La Brea, there's a woman there that used to sell all kind of stuff that belongs in the spiritual world. And she looked at me and said, why don't you do what you're supposed to be doing? I said, why don't you go to hell? I was pissed off because I couldn't see it. But they were messing with me. And they were women. And there was one that really messed me up. I took her to Mexico. Because Mexico is my favorite place in the world. Beside Africa, Mexico is the shit. When I got to Mexico, this woman is going to buy a robe. I saw about the robe. Beautiful robe. And the woman that sell her the robe named Josefa. Josefa is so bad. She made one dress, and it is 4 dresses in one.
You put the dress on right side up, backwards, and frontward. You put inside out, backwards, and front. And it looked like 4 different dresses, one dress. This Mexican woman is so creative. She told Patricia, she sold Patricia the robe. Patricia, when I get to LA, Patricia, you a healer. And you gonna wear this robe in front of me as a healer, so you're full of shit. And I threw the herb in the corner, in a trunk. 1975. 1982. A Sagittarius male, like this nigga here, Mr. G, says, from Honduras, we have Dr. Sebi in Washington, 1982. The healer from Honduras. And when I came on stage, and I look at the audience, Patricia Yates, who said that I was a healer, was sitting right there.
Wow.
I want to cry. I want to go to the floor. She looking at me like, so she knew. See, your woman has an energy that responds spontaneously in the moment without being preconceived. And you guys don't even know you have it until you have to face a situation where you have to act. And then it comes out. You guys are cosmically in tune, not we. We are to a certain degree, but you guys are the one. That's why when I heard the thing about the lion and the king of the jungle, yeah, he may be, but his mama taught him everything he knows. Who is she? In the elephant kingdom, the largest animal in the world, when that male gets to a certain age, they kick him out the pack. Because this is a woman thing here. And they kick him out, and he better leave. And he be bitching, but they kick him out anyway. When I was growing up, there's one person, if you ever come to Honduras, you'll meet him. You know him, Marcel. He's the only one alive that I grew up with. I'm 82, he's 80, he's 81. Miss Gambo, Miss Marin, Miss Wright, Miss Phillip, that's my grandmother, Miss Roulette, Miss Patterson, Miss B.B. Simmons. These are the women that control the society. So I grew up in a matriarch society. You understand? And it was beautiful. But the men of the day, they allowed the woman that privilege, that particular energy or that position. The men didn't have any problems. And Mr. Miller, he was the ugliest man, they say, and he married the prettiest woman there were in the city. Mr. Miller didn't care about no ugly or pretty or good looking. He didn't play that. He was a sharp man. I love him. So I grew up in a matriarch society. So it was easy for me to see the strength of the woman. So you tell me that you were chef, oh, I would love for the village to have your food.
I'd love to.
That's right.
How long are you here?
Well, I'm leaving on Tuesday for Honduras with Marina.
Okay, that's plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm going to Honduras. We're going to the village because we be developing the organic electric food.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have some clients who I cook for who are on your program currently. And I have a bunch of followers who are dying to hear from you today. And they've sent me a couple questions. So one of the first questions that comes from a brother named Lazan. His name is Lazan.
Yeah.
Okay, Lazan, I believe he's from Alabama, and he wants to know, he is pre-diabetic. Brother's about 6 foot, 200 pounds. And he's had a life of maybe 36 years of eating really horrible food. And he is now taking maybe 40 pills a day from Cell Food company, your company. And he wants to know, is there a way that he can take all that liquid and put it into his water and drink it that way, because he's overwhelmed by all of the pills and all of the liquids every day, the AM, the PM, all of the pills.
He's diabetic?
He's pre-diabetic.
Huh?
He's pre-diabetic.
Pre-diabetic. Not exactly yet.
Almost.
But he doesn't have to do much, because we have had people to come with diabetes up to 600. 4 days, no more diabetic. No more diabetes.
Okay.
He's pre-diabetic, meaning he could change his diet. Okay. Liquid, yes, he could do what he said, providing it's all natural.
Okay. Okay. So if he's taking, say, some of the electrical elixir, the liquid compounds that you provide, he wants to know if he can, instead of taking 1 teaspoon of 10 different liquids, he wants to know if he can put it in his water and drink the jug of water that way.
He could do that.
He could do that?
Yes,
okay.
He could do that.
He was afraid of mixing the compounds.
Yeah, he could do that.
Okay. That was his question. Second question. Got a sister who is also on your program and wants to know, is it better for her to do completely raw, non-hybrid food diet, or cooked vegan foods is just as well for her?
Raw foods and cooked foods. There's a little boy in Washington, D.C. His name is Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr is 10 years old when he went to the village. I designed a glass house in which I live now. I think you know the house, right, Marina?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I designed a glass house. The little boy went there with a little sister named Amina. She's autistic. That little boy saw his sister from dragging her feet to walking normal and understanding everything her mama was telling her, or most things. He looked at me and said, I know how you build this house. I said, how? You drew 3 circles and you joined them together. And that's what I did, but nobody see that. But that little boy brought something out. What was the question that you asked?
She's on your program. She wants to know if she should do raw or cooked.
Yeah, so the little boy said, you know, I took that compound that you gave Amina. I call it the intelligent tonic. And his mama showed me the grades. Didn't show me the grade, but he brought grades home that was A's. She lived in D.C. She was there with him. What I saw was this, that this little boy is seeing the benefit of all of this, but everything that I gave them was cooked. She went, wait just a minute now. It is said that if you eat something raw, it will be better than cooked, because when you cook it, it loses its energy. Not so. Never that. If you take something raw, like Brother Aris, Brother Aris used the sun-dried food, sun-fried food, but he got turnips, he got carrots, beets, but these things are hybrid. Whether you cook them or you eat them raw, you're not going to get any benefit from them because they're hybrids. But if you take something natural, like the teosinte, which is a plant that's natural, you cook it, you get energy. If you don't cook it, you get energy. Why? Because anything that's natural has energy, and you cannot kill energy. It's displaced from one state to another. Next question.
This question comes from a sister in Ohio. She wants to know, she's biracial, and so is her son, who is actually been sent home, 13 years old, basically sent home to die of brain cancer. And she wants to know if this electrical diet and electrical cell food is for her and her son, being that she is multi-ethnic, biracial. I get this question a lot about DNA and how it affects, I guess, indigenous food or electric food affects the biracial community.
The vibration of the body.
Biracial. Yeah, how does it affect them in general?
But it's a brain problem.
That's a brain problem.
Now, when you talk about brain or you talk of any part of the human body, you talk about minerals, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I learned this from your brother, Benjamin Banneker, the man that built the White House and many other things. If someone want to run in a race, then you treat the muscles. You talk about mannitol. That's a natural substance that comes from the potassium iodide world, that comes from the ocean. But if you want calcium, you go to sea moss for the bones. But this other person here has leukemia. I got to go to the blood. So I have to find the herb that has the same cellular vibration of the blood. That's iron. But now you're talking about brain. I cannot talk about iron or calcium. I got to talk about what? Carbon and copper. That is what the brain is made of, carbon and copper. So the minute that someone talk about brain or any part of the human body, you already know what mineral to associate it with. But copper and carbon has two expressions. You could go to the mine in Oklahoma and find copper. Oh, but you go to a plant and find copper. Which one you want? The plant, because it has carbon, hydrogen and oxygen and copper. The copper by itself is a protoplasmic poison. It's what you call an oxide. You see, every mineral on the planet, there is a plant that represents that mineral. Like gold, there's a plant that has gold. There's a plant that has silver. There's a plant that has iron. There's a plant that has phosphorus. And there's a plant that has sulfur. So we get the composition, we get the plant that has the composition of what? Carbon and copper. No, carbon and copper, right? And you got it. Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have something for that condition.
Wonderful.
And how does it affect the body? It doesn't affect the body. It assimilates because it is one. They're both electrical. The human body is electrical. The plants are electrical. There is chemical affinity. That's it.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Last question. I was recently asked to be a part of a documentary I think you're familiar with called Urban Kryptonite.
What?
Urban Kryptonite, food documentary. I believe the last one had Queen Vita, Eris Latham, Dr. Ali Muhammad, a few other people. I was recently asked to be a part of this next documentary, Urban Kryptonite. And I asked, I said, I saw the first one, where's Dr. Sebi? Why isn't he in Urban Kryptonite film? This is the film that is supposed to enlighten our community on health. And they said, well, he declined.
He's what?
He declined. So I wanted to ask you, did
If I was what?
Did you decline to be a part of the Urban Kryptonite film?
I decline.
That's the rumor. Chef Aki's here to get down to the bottom.
You know why they would say that? I want you to please follow me.
I will.
In the field of science, what is the purpose of science? To find the answer to the prevailing problems, whatever, on what level of expression.
Yes.
Okay. In the art of healing, I respect the doctors and the allopathic over the alternative doctors. Why? Because the allopathic doctor, if you are in Russia and you are a member of the American Medical Association or the Medical Association, and you discover something that raises the standards and cure the disease that in which you are pursuing, pursuing, what is the duty of all the other doctors if this one found it? To come up to his level.
Yes.
To share with him. That everybody would afford the same thing over the board. That everybody would be receiving the research of science. Okay. What one doctor would give you in China, the same thing would be given to you in America, in Russia, or anywhere you go. Right? But with the alternative medicine, each one, you got the Ayurvedic, you got the Yin Yang, you got the macrobiotic, you got the
Paleo and etc.
Dr. Sebi came last. He proved to the world and the Supreme Court that we cure AIDS, we cure sickle cell, we cure blood, we cure diabetes, we cured everything that we have that were brought to us. When I did that in 1988, what was the duty of the rest of the healers who were offering a substandard approach or method?
Acknowledge and support.
They were supposed to come to me, right?
That's right.
But did they come?
I don't know.
No, they didn't. And they couldn't come. And I see why. And my mama told me that. She said, don't expect that. I said, why, Mom? Because they've been practicing for 20 plus or 30, 40 years, and they're going to come to you admitting that they were wrong? Are you out of your mind? I said, oh, shit. So they say that I declined. The kryptonite said that. Only because I know for certain that my platform, the African Biomineral Balance, eclipsed the American Medical Association, the FDA, and the judicial system. They are not offering what the African Biomineral Balance is offering. They're not. So if they had invited me, there would be no kryptonite. They would have to bend to the standard that has been set. I didn't set the standards. I didn't raise the bar. Nature did that. You did that, the black woman, not me. Everything I'm doing is only an expression of the black woman. And they never would understand that because the healers in America, 99 and 10% are men. But the people that I learned from, they were all women, except for the man that healed me. So they would say, in protection of themselves, he declined. Why would I decline if I have something to share that is so valuable? They are not sharing anything that really showed that they healed people of the diseases that we have cured. We set the standards. We raised the bar. So it meant then, if they, the healer, had come to Dr. Sebi, Dr. Sebi would be compelled and obligated to share with them the latest research, and we got it. But it didn't come. But I'm glad it didn't. Why? Because I'm going to give it to who it belongs to. Indeed. It belongs to you, the woman. I'm glad that it didn't come. But I didn't decline that. No.
Thank you.
But that was okay. Because, A, they look at me and they criticize me. Dr. Ali said some very ugly things about me. And that was okay. Because he had that right. He's part of a group that I remember 50 years ago that indulges in literature. Healing is not about literature. Healing is not about science. It's about a reconnection to the vibration of life. And they have not visited that particular place because they're still offering golden seal, aloe vera. They're offering soybeans. they're offering echinacea, they're offering garlic. And these things are deadly. So when Dr. Ali said things about me that he said, well, I didn't feel bad because Dr. Ali haven't cured the disease that we have cured with the African biomineral balance. So why should you give him any energy? He's talking. We're not about talking. It's not about talking anymore. It's not about condemning. It's not about finding faults in anyone. I had to stick my neck out in their favor, but they thought that I was doing the wrong thing. When I placed the ad in the papers in New York, AIDS has been cured by the Usha Research Institute, and we specialize in cures for diabetes, sickle cell, lupus, herpes, blindness, paralysis, impotence, cancer, and others. We meant that. When I went to the healers such as Dr. Ali and Dr. Dick Gregory and Dr. Kanya and Dr. Phil Valentine, when all of them knew about this, they didn't support me. They ran away. Why? Because the Attorney General, Mr. Robert Abraham, said, I got the biggest mouth in New York in jail. And when I'm through with him, I'm going to put him under the jail. I heard the Attorney General said that Wednesday. On the Thursday, I'm supposed to take 9 patients to the Supreme Court, proving that I cured these diseases. I took 77. When the Attorney General heard and saw that by his spies, that Thursday afternoon, he sent his man to tell me, tell Dr. Sebi that if he stopped doing what he's doing, that I would drop all the charges. But then he's saying that after there was overwhelming proof that I did it, I wasn't going to back up. I'm not into this thing because I am a healer. I am not a healer. I never tell the world that I was a healer. Never have I ever said that. I always let you know I am the messenger that comes with the message of healing to be delivered to the owners of it. And that is the one that you know as a nurturer. Could a male be a nurturer? No, that's a female thing. So I am the conduit, not the healer. Because if I was so much of a healer as they think, and they have ostracized me, Lisa Lopez wound up healing me. So they, the healers, were happy when I was arrested. They all left New York. And when I won, the Attorney General said, this one won, but there would never be another. Now, these healers that exist today in America, and I am not going to hold it back, it is the truth. Which one of them have healed the disease that we have healed? None of them. So why aren't they sharing that research? Because they are ashamed. They are embarrassed to know that they have been healing or presenting themselves as a healer for many years, and they have not healed those things. But the healing that I come with, again, came from women. I'm not ashamed to say the truth. I'm not the healer. I'm something else. I want to be a musician. And the nigga want to be a musician. But nature said, shut up. You're to bring this message. So now I'm delivering the message to you sisters. Right now, we got Sister Marina, we got Yesenia, and we got the great Jordanos. And there will be some more that we're going to select to be part of this healing journey. I'm not a healer. I'm the messenger. So, Dr. Ali, poor fella, he got to keep on talking. And they will keep on talking. And I've been around for 47 years doing this. And all the people that I remember were talking, they're still talking. And they will continue to talk. I don't like to talk. I like to do things. Right now, we are on the Bolingo development, the $200 million project. Health centers throughout the United States, Caribbean, and in Africa. We can develop a cereal out of the natural banana. They call it the chata ceniza, which has no starch. We can develop a coffee that has no caffeine, that's good for your kidneys. We can develop a whole bunch of other things. Right now, we have to develop the organic electric agriculture. So you see, they who were saying that I declined, they have to protect themselves. They didn't ask me. They are not telling the truth. They're not exhibiting the level of integrity that they should. You don't do that. You don't do that. I would never say anything about anybody in America, and I have never said anything about anyone in America that would demean them, because it isn't necessary. We got some work to do.
Indeed. Thank you, sir.
And it's beautiful. But I'm glad I met you. Do you know Lauren Van Der Poel?
Yes. Good friend.
You know Lauren?
Yes.
She's another one of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, beautiful.
She's beautiful.
Beautiful.
She could cook.
Oh, yeah.
She made a soup one day. Oh, God, what a soup. I want to try your food, though.
Oh, I can't wait.
Will you be able to go to the village one day?
I would love to go.
Well, you're welcome.
10 years.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Love
because Maureen is going on Tuesday with me, and I promise that these sisters that work in the office in LA, starting June, each one would take a week off and go to the village. Each one, that they would experience the village. They have to. So I said, Mama, I said, why don't you eat these mushrooms? She was in Florida, so I gave her some. My mama locked the door, and she was in there for about 20 hours. And when she came out, guess what this woman gonna tell me? Son, I said, yes, Mom. Do you give this to all your patients? I said, no. She said, you should give them this before they begin the treatment. Look at her. My mama saw stuff. My mama saw herself being born. I gave it to a white boy named Preston Barrett. I charged him $200 for the treatment. Barrett gave me $4,000. So when I ate it, I was in Chicago. And I saw the devil. And the devil said, why you go around telling folks you love me? I said, because they told me that God made everything. And that everything God made is good. The devil said, you low down. You tell that to the Christians that always run away from me. I'm God's best friend. I know that. Satan. You push people to God. Say, why aren't you afraid of me? I said, well, God, if God is my Savior, why should I be afraid of you? That happened in Chicago, in that park on 48th Street. Look, these mushrooms, I'll tell you, Jerusalem. Look at that. And Africa. Africa has some from the Congo. They're purple. When you eat them, you will see tomorrow. These mushrooms are so powerful. Look, we could tell you stories. I want to hear your side. I want to hear my side.
The reports came in after he was arrested and locked up that he died of pneumonia. Now, of course, a lot of people aren't believing that because, Dr. Sebi was a man that a lot of people wanted to take over. They wanted the money, the notoriety, everything that he had worked for. And so is it true that he died from pneumonia? Because you said you spoke to your father the night before he died.
I spoke to him about 3 days before he had passed.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be able to say from that conversation that he passed from pneumonia. No, that's not my belief. Mom may attest to something different, but no, not based on the information that I've obtained.
So he wasn't coughing. He didn't have problems breathing when you spoke to him 3 days prior to the report of his death?
He was cold, and so yes, there was a cough. I did hear a cough.
Okay.
But he was cold. He was like he was freezing in there, and he couldn't take it anymore. He said he had been on a 2-week fast at the time, and so he was feeling low, and he needed something, and you can tell, you know. But I wouldn't be able to attest that he died of pneumonia. Besides, we had a confession, and so no, I don't believe that.
You had a confession?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A confession as to like how he actually died, or
As to how someone participated in his death. But we don't want to speak names, times, things of that nature because it's an ongoing investigation right now. And I'm very happy that that person came to us to let us know what their part was in it and why. And we appreciate that. But it's an ongoing investigation as to what happened. And no, it wasn't pneumonia.
Wow.
It may have been the symptom of from what was done, no doubt. But there was intrusive factors.
Wow. So as rumors were spread about him being murdered, this was a murder.
In my book.
Okay. And Ma, may I ask, like, did you, I mean, you don't have to give out any information, of course, because it's an ongoing investigation, but had you spoken to him as well when he was
I hadn't spoken
locked
to
up?
him, no.
Okay, so your information that you got, it was from Usha being in contact with Dr. Sebi?
Exactly.
And how did you take the news when you found out? Did you believe it?
No, it's hard to believe, to find out. Just her speaking on it now, it's hard to believe that. It's hard to believe that, you know, that kind of thing. But there's with this investigation, there's evidence. So it's still hard to believe, and it's still so hurting. It's just painful. The whole thing is painful. It's real painful, like the kind of pain you just can't even believe exists. It's kind of every time just the thought of it, and that way for Sebi, you know, like, okay, why would
he was locked up with another person. I want to say, was it Pablo, or if I'm not mistaken? And he was released, I guess, a week later or a couple of days later after Dr. Sebi had passed.
That is correct.
Just walked out. Like, so it was literally 2 weeks of those two being locked up together. And Dr. Sebi was stripped of his cash and every single thing. And we saw the video of him being taken away. And he was on the back of the truck. And he looked, you could tell he was just over it, what was going on. Mm-hmm. And when I saw the video of him, what it looked like to me, appearing to kind of call out those who were, I guess, betraying him.
Yeah. It's a very sad video to see. It's a very sad thing to see because you can see that he was broken. You can see that he was hurt, you know. Not broken as a man, but his heart was broken because he has a big heart. He's like me. When you're betrayed and you find out someone is doing something behind your back that you have no idea about, that hurts. It hurts and it breaks your heart. When you find out that people are doing things against you to prevent you from sharing what you share with the world.
And give what you give.
And to give of yourself your whole heart. I don't care about this money thing. Forget this money thing, the product and selling it in the internet world. He gave of himself. Mm-hmm. Him. We as his children, we got the short end of the stick because Daddy had to be the one to be out there to push this, to talk about this. We have to understand that. But we got the short end of the stick. We had to allow that because we knew the importance of this and the fact that he had to give this message. So to sit back and see his hard work, everything he did, everything he worked for, to just turn such a corner for him, we were not part of his chapter at this juncture. This was his final chapter, his third chapter. We were not part of his chapter by this time. They had already separated, and so there was a lot that went on in his life that I'm sure he was speaking on, but we can't attest to that because we weren't part of that, part of his journey.
What were his last words to you on that phone call when he was locked up?
I know someone's trying to kill me, so I refuse to eat the food in here. I'm not touching this food. That's why I'm fasting.
Shit.
A lot of this. I'm sorry, Mommy.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's in the bathroom, some tissue.
she's emotional at this moment because a lot of this I don't share. A lot of this I don't talk to people about. I don't even tell my mother. I don't talk to my sisters and brothers about it. I've gathered a lot of information since his passing and before his passing because I had canceled my whole trip just to go to try to assist him. And unfortunately, there was things I couldn't end up going, and I feel terrible. I will always feel, I'm not a person that carries guilt, but I know that that's something that I'll always carry.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
As my sister's hand coming through the door, trying to take care of her mom.
Thank you.
And so, there's a lot that I just didn't share. People will call, confess, talk about, and I didn't share it with her because I know how much she loved him, how much she could never let that love go. It's 30 years. It's the love of her life. She's never loved again. She's not even thinking about that because that's the love of her life. She's through. So for her, it's so much more than what it is for the audience or people or his fans or even his clients, the ones he's healed. For her, this is a love journey. That was the love of her life, and whether they were separated at the time by distance was irrelevant. That is her soulmate. And when you find your soulmate, there is no letting that go, So to hear someone that he had said that he went through that, I never shared it because I knew that it would break her up, I guess I'm saying it today because you're asking, and the factor that I want the truth to be known and not to hurt anybody, by all means, especially not my siblings, not their mothers, not my mother. I'm not here to hurt anybody. We're not here to do that. But we do want to call to action. Let's just be honest. Let's be honest, And so that's the desire to be honest right now. That's the reason for being honest right now, which I really haven't been in the past because I never wanted to judge anything up. I love my siblings. I love my mother. I love their mothers. But we do want people at this time to be honest. We want them to be honest about their journey.
And with that being said, and I want to give your mom a chance to kind of, because I know this is the first you're hearing of this. So am I, and so is everyone that's going to be listening to this. And everyone has speculated that there was foul play. Was going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, okay, and went through the things that he went through, and you were there by his side for 30 years, and of course you were his child. The village is named after you, Usha.
Why do they kill all holistic doctors?
Messing up the medical industry.
You short-stopping their grind. Why do you get killed for hustling in front of a spot? You short-stopping the grind. And they check is billions. You got that get flipped for a couple $100,000.
They felt that he was a threat to their agenda. And what I was told is that the incoming president, her name was Eugenia Charles, the United States had decided that they were going to sell the island of Dominica, which has 365 rivers of some of the fresh, most living water on the earth. It was selling them on buying fluoride to fluorinate the water.
Wow.
And Sebi was there, and everybody knows Sebi's going to be a whistleblower. He's going to expose the poison.
He was arrested along with his associate Pablo Medina for being in the possession of $37,000 in cash in an airport on a Caribbean island off the coast of Honduras. Authorities stated he was suspected of laundering money. His friends, family, and patients vehemently denied the charges. After Dr. Sebi's death, the charges were dropped and Pablo Medina was released from prison.
No, we're not involved in the Usha village at all. That's something that's definitely important to clarify to people because that's being ran by my father's ex-business partners, which reside out in Los Angeles, which operate, a different entity.
Welcome to the new perspective of healing. New, I said. But in reality, it is as old as creation. Yeah. The subject is healing. You see, it has to be as old as creation. Because the components that is going to address healing or bring about healing has to be one that is considered native geologically. Native plants are natural plants. Natural plants are electrical. Why? The base of natural plant, the very foundation, is what the Chinese call the CHO arrangement. Carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So in life, to life expression, for life to express itself or to exist, there has to be what? Carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. The Chinese call it the Cho. I agree. What does Cho have to do with healing? It is the structure that would allow a substance to readily assimilate biologically. Without carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, that substance is non-electrical. It is non-organic. So, as we take a look at life, we want to clear the air. We want to dismiss that myth. We want to dispel the myth that this and that is incurable, and that this and that disease came through the process of what? Germ, virus, or bacteria. Well, you see, this is the philosophy of medicine. As you can see, I am of a genetical predisposition that is African.
So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to 0, and that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to 0. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
The second factor is the services we use. This encompasses everything: the food we eat, clothing, TV, heating. These are very good things. Getting rid of poverty means providing these services to almost everyone on the planet.
Getting rid of poverty means providing these services to almost everyone on the planet.
Now, how we're going to go forward on this? What's the right approach? Is it a Manhattan Project? What's the thing that can get us there? Well, we need lots of companies working on this. Hundreds. In each of these 5 paths, we need at least 100 people. And a lot of them you'll look at and say, they're crazy. That's good. And I think here in the TED group, we have many people who are already pursuing this. The idea with TerraPower is that instead of burning the part of uranium, the 1%, which is the U-235, we decided, well, let's burn the 99%, the U-238.
Let's burn the 99%, the U-238.
Because you're burning that 99%, you have greatly improved cost profile. You actually burn up the waste, and you can actually use as fuel all the leftover waste from today's reactors. And so instead of worrying about them, you just take that. It's a great thing. It breeds this uranium as it goes along. So it's kind of like a candle. You see it's a log there, often referred to as a traveling wave reactor. In terms of fuel, this really solves the problem. I've got a picture here of a place in Kentucky. This is the leftover, the 99% where they've taken out the part they burn now, so it's called depleted uranium. That would power the US for hundreds of years. So let's think, how should we measure ourselves? What should our report card look like? Well, it should have the two elements. We should go through these efficiency measures to start getting reductions. The less we emit, the less that sum will be of CO2, and therefore the less the temperature. But in some ways, the grade we get there, doing things that don't get us all the way to the big reductions, is only equally or maybe even slightly less important than the other. If you gave me only one wish for the next 50 years, I can pick who's president, I can pick the vaccine, which is something I love, or I could pick that this thing that's half the cost with no CO2 gets invented. This is the wish I would pick. This is the one with the greatest impact. If we don't get this wish, the division between the people who think short-term and long-term will be terrible, between the US and China, between poor countries and rich, and most of all, the lives of those 2 billion will be far worse.
Just to understand more about TerraPower, right? First of all, can you give a sense of what sort of scale of investment this is?
Well, to actually do this software, buy the supercomputer, hire all the great scientists, which we've done, that's only tens of millions. And even once we test our materials out in a Russian reactor to make sure that our materials work properly, then you'll only be up in hundreds of millions.
It is the greatest thing that ever happened to me to be born an African. Or, like, if I was a Chinaman, I would have loved to be a Chinaman, or a Caucasian, or an Arab, or an Eskimo. So, we are talking this way to show that whatever you are, that is what you were supposed to be. And as we are that expression that life made, like life expression carved out this image you called Sebi, I had no control of that. So as we travel on the journey of healing, we want to ask one question that hasn't been asked in my lifetime that I know about, and probably it has been asked. And I am totally unaware of it. It doesn't mean that it wasn't asked. Why do we get sick? The body was not designed to be sick. Bird doesn't get sick. Elephant doesn't get sick. He needs no vet. The lion doesn't need a vet. Neither is a giraffe or any of the natural animals. Why do we get sick? There has been a violation that is costing us our life today. And it would have been okay if I live happy until I die because of the violation, but that isn't what's happening. Because of the violation, I become stressed. I become extremely stressed until I die. Why do we get sick? What is the violation? The violation comes with creation, the understanding of it,
The violation is when we have forgot or dismissed the ecclesiastics when it is said the herbs are for the healing of the nations. But we don't care about that. God, you make your statement that the herbs are good. We are conditioned for a chemical, God. So God, whatever you have to say is in trouble today. Because I, Pastor Gale, I'm referring to my brother. I'm a preacher. For 30 years, God. And my brother Sebi, known as Dr. Sebi, came and showed me in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, Ezekiel, and Revelation, that the herbs are for the healing of the nation. But what my brother Sebi didn't know, that the food that I have been trained to eat have turned me against the very God that I claim to worship. I am compelled to violate that greatest image, that greatest structure, God and the organic world. So now, I don't want to take you into a crazy maze of a bunch of words that I am deploying to you. I want to make sense because you make sense. We all make sense. Why are we sick? And where is the violation? Oh, I want to say this before we get into the subject, that the reason for the violation, and the violation didn't come to me until I was about 50 years of age. But I was born here in Honduras, in Ilanga, a little village with 7 houses, and that little boy is going to grow up in that village until the age of 8. And you mean to tell me that from that position, which the house in which I was born was ground, it was the dirt. We didn't have any ceramic or wood. Mama didn't have that. Mama had a dirt floor. It was always clean. So from that level of being born in Ilanga, Honduras, to have made this leap into the understanding of things, that I would arrive at deploying these words to you about health. The boy never been to school. The boy didn't read any books. I was least of the candidate that could think about occupying a position that could be credible. Well, guess what? Nature designs and decides that. The violation, you're going to see it. You see, I said we're going to travel on this journey. It's a beautiful journey. It's a beautiful path. It's peaceful because it brings understanding. Look carefully about the way the African live in the jungles. Look at the way the Inca live in the desert of Nazca. Look at the way the Maya lived in Central America. And then we go to the Toltecs and the Olmecs in Mexico. Then we go to the Cheyenne and the Sioux, those American Indians. Carefully, we're going to begin with that. The African, the Inca from South America,
the Maya Central America, the Toltecs and the Olmecs from Mexico, and the American brothers and sisters, natives. You know what we are called by on certain levels of understanding? We are called the organic family. The organic family, all families are organic, not so. I was in Nazca, Peru, which I travel once in a while. I love Peru. I've been going to Peru since 1955. And I enjoy going to Peru like I enjoy going to Mexico. It was in Peru that I became aware of the organic family through a Peruvian Inca descendant. He said, "Black man, are you aware or do you have any idea what you represent?" I said, "No, Paul." He said, "Well, we have something in common. We are a member of the organic family." What do you mean by that? You see, the organic family is exactly what we say it is. Organic. What we ate was products that are considered native. No starch, no uric acid, no blood. No blood, no starch. Uric acid, blood. Carbonic acid, starch. You see, when we ate electric food. That's all we had in our environment. The organic family only had electric food as part of their diet. So they ate very little and infrequent. It wasn't necessary to eat 3 times a day with plates full of tanya, dashin, cassava, and blood. Not to mention the rice, which is starch, glycerinic acid. No, we didn't have that. The organic family only ate electric food.
To the Supreme Court of the United States, the judge said, "What did you say?" I said, "There is no such thing as a germ, a virus, or a bacteria." "Then what is it?" I said, "Man, it is a microbe that is generated in the body when erosion begins. If I take a very healthy human being and lay them on this table and not move them for a month, when I raise them, what are they going to have on their back? A bed sore. And inside that bed sore would be some little worms, isn't it?" "Sure. But where did the worms come from and where were they birthed? In the man himself. But why the bed sore? You didn't move that person. That part of him was lacking of oxygen. Now we go internal. When those cells cease to receive oxygen, they break down. If the erosion is in the nostril, it is what? Sinusitis. If it's the bronchial tubes, it's bronchitis.
weight since 1964. I was 291 pounds. Now, I only weigh 120, and I'm 6'2". I wanted to know what it would be like to be on the other side of being big. And I want to see the benefits of it, because I've been told that there is such thing as the standard weight per height measure.
Yeah.
But we cannot live by those measures.
You're
Those things
6'2" and 120.
That's all I weigh, 120 pounds. And trust me, I haven't felt this good in my whole entire life. What I did in the last 6 months, approximately 8 months ago, I stopped eating for 64 days. But I made a mistake. I made a mistake because I had a speech to do in Philadelphia. And by not eating for those 64 days, I was going for 90 days. But I remembered I had a speech to do in Philadelphia. So when I went to do the speech, I fainted. I had to faint because I was talking too long and I was not eating for 64 days.
Yeah.
What I've done was to discontinue anything that had glucose. Glucose is the underlying enemy. Whenever you indulge in glucose, it would be difficult to lose fat.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Honduras.
Yes.
Okay, and California. In Honduras, I discovered a plant known as Cusca.
Okay.
Cusca is a plant that the Maya used to use.
Mm-hmm.
And they used another one known as the teosinte.
Okay.
I eat those plants. Those plants does not have starch or glucose.
Uh-huh.
You will look at your body losing weight and you're going to get frightened. Village of Usha in Honduras. We have thermal waters there. We have a thermal water there that has a pH of 9.8. A pH of 9.8, meaning that this substance has a high level of oxygen.
Uh-huh.
And it is oxygen that the body needs.
Okay.
Not rice or beans or a piece of meat.
Mm-hmm.
It needs oxygen. That is the fuel of the body. So I drink the water, and I was eating that Cusca.
Uh-huh.
This is a plant that I just discovered lately that the Maya used to eat.
Okay.
Cusca is delicious. It tastes like cucumber.
Uh-huh.
So I ate that, the Cusca plant, I drank the water, and that was it.
And did you?
I wasn't bedridden.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't bedridden at all. I was working in the village because I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot of work to do in the village, building these huts and directing certain programs, the organic electric agriculture program that I have going.
Mm-hmm.
So I was busy. You'd be surprised what water does. You see, water, I learned the uses of water in Ecuador. The people of Vilcabamba, their diet is 78% water, 22% solid.
Uh-huh.
Because the body doesn't need that solid food. It needs fuel, and the fuel comes oxygen and water. 9.8 is a very high level pH. It's hydrogen ion concentration. A high level of pH ensures that you have the amount of oxygen that the body needs, also the minerals. You find that in the thermal waters. In America, there is water here because there was Trinity. Trinity water was thermal, and it was 9.8.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you find it in America also. You know, when I was kicked out of Dominica, I didn't know where to go. My wife said to me, let's go to St. Croix. I said, but I don't know anyone in St. Croix. I don't know anything about St. Croix.
Mm-hmm.
But I went. When I got to St. Croix, everybody in St. Croix just hated me. They found delight in hating Sebi because Sebi was making these statements, and they upset people. I'm broke now. I just quit my job a year ago, and I don't know what to do because the woman kicked me out of Dominica, and I spent all my money trying to buy things and a house. So while in St. Croix, things are looking bad. I got to call my brother to borrow some money. So one day, my wife said to me, I want you to go to the supermarket and buy the food for the children. We got the last $200. When I got to the supermarket, on my way out of the cash register, somebody in line in the back said, Dr. Sebi, I want to thank you for curing my husband. I said, ma'am, I have not cured anyone in St. Croix. No, you cured him in Dominica. He was blind. I said, wait. The only blind man that I have ever treated and cured, he's in Los Angeles, Mr. Fredericks. said, no, you cured my husband. I said, but how could I cure your husband? He was blind and I didn't know it.
Yeah.
She said, the policeman that used to come and pick up the remedies and take to my husband didn't tell you what he had. My husband was blind for 11 years. So you're asking me, how could I cure a blind man without seeing him? Yeah. Well, let me say this. The philosophy of Europe claimed that when you're blind, something wrong with your eyes. The philosophy of Africa says, or the understanding of Africa is, not so. When you're blind, something is wrong with your stomach, your intestines.
Mm-hmm. So
you clean the intestines, your eyes begin to clear up. This is a science that is unknown in the world.
Known or unknown?
Unknown.
Unknown. Mm-hmm.
But it worked for me.
Mm-hmm.
The other day, a young man named Mr. G, beautiful young man, brilliant young man, said to me, my sister has lupus. Who cures lupus? Nobody.
Yeah, no cure. Right.
3 months later, his sister doesn't have lupus anymore. Mm-hmm. I was happy. I had cured many lupus before, okay, but I wanted this one to work because this is my friend, Mr. G.
This, retinitis pigmentosa. Because I know someone that I am very close to that is 16 years old, a young man.
Yes,
and
very young.
He has endured this, and it has encroached on him more and more. He's legally blind now. He's leading an extraordinarily productive life, but the lights have pretty much gone out.
Cleaning the body out again, cleansing again. Mm-hmm. All they have to do is call the office in Los Angeles, and they will send him a package, and an eye wash and a stomach wash. Mm-hmm. And immediately he will see results. Immediately. You see, as you said earlier, it sounds fantastic. But if you're traveling to Africa, your compass better say 90 degrees, not 270. You're going west. Am I right? So if you travel on the route, you better put your compass on the right course. Mm-hmm. So all these years, we have been following medical science. They say that disease is what? Germ, virus, bacteria. I said, no. It's the food that you eat. Mm-hmm. The food better be consistent with you. Gorilla does not eat polar bear food. But if the gorilla ever make the mistake and put into its mouth the food of the polar bear, he too would find diseases that we are finding ourselves with. Mm-hmm. It happened right here in New York in the zoo. Mm-hmm. Gorillas in the zoo got diabetes, not in the forest. We have people in the village right now from all over the world. We have a Russian woman there from Vladivostok. We have a man there from Germany. They're inviting me to go to Kenya now. They invite me to go to Nigeria. They invite me to go to many, many, many places. There are many people there. We offer the same service. I'm always open.
That folks can come to your place.
Of course. And it's a beautiful village. Mm-hmm. A beautiful village that I built over the years with the help of these wives that are no longer with me.
This center came out of an energy that make things happen, you know. I can't take credit for it because I'm the little boy that didn't go to school. You know. Never entered any school. So I had these dreams though. These dreams about helping. But my friend used to always criticize me because he said that it would be difficult for me to reach any level of endeavor because of my limitation not going to school. That was according to them, but my brain was telling me something different. So I became very sick, extremely sick. I was angry. I want to blow my brains out.
I want to kill my wife. I plotted to kill my wife one night, and I don't know what deterred it. And I was going to kill Marilyn, and she was the sweetest woman in the world. Why I want to kill her? Because I was sick. You could be that sick. You could be offering and deploying things that are hurtful to others, and you're totally unaware. So I had spent already 10 years in New Orleans, and these people in New Orleans took me on a beautiful journey. One of them was an anthropologist. His name was Ronald Evans. He called me and he said that he knew a man in Mexico that would heal me. Well, I was too encouraged because I'd been to Russia, you know, like I was in Odessa in the hospital. I was in London. I was in Liverpool in the hospital. I was in Argentina, Buenos Aires in the hospital. So this man that he's talking about, who is he? He said, man, go see the man. I said, well, just a minute, Ronald. Why are you so sure that this man could help me? He said, because there's integrity behind this man. I jumped in my little Volvo from LA, and I'm gone to Cuernavaca. And the man looked at me and said, you are dying. I said, I believe you. He said, how do you know? I said, because last Sunday, I said, I was walking from my bedroom to the bathroom, and I didn't reach the bathroom. I got up off the floor. Hours later. You see, you're dying. But listen to me, he said. I'm going to take you into a different world, a beautiful world, a world that is full of nothing but joy, but you're going to listen. I wonder what he's going to tell me. He said, if you continue on the path that you're on, you're not going to live to see 50. But if you change that journey to another, you'll be making babies in your 70s. I said, but I'm not making babies now because my penis isn't getting hard. And I'm only 30. I'm going to make babies in my 70s. So he said, look, are you going to listen to me? I said, yes. Okay, you listen to me. And he gave me these herbs, and he let me go. Don't you eat anything. For how long? 2 days? He said, no. 90. I said, man, this man is crazy. This man is out of his mind. 90 days? How could I live? He said, how could you live? He said, okay, just put it into perspective. You've been eating rice, beans, hog, and chicken. You've been eating lamb. These things are poison. You've been eating eggs and bacon. They're poison. So if you stop eating the poison, that's a plus. But how am I going to live? By the breath that you're breathing. I said, oh my God. But I'm impotent. So I'm going to try this man. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. On the 20th day, I'm no longer diabetic. On the 57th day, I'm no longer impotent. That was where there was a war in me. Why? Because as a child, I used to go to the barber shop. Mr. Creek from Trinidad. And these men would talk about eggs and wine for sexual virility. But naturally, I'm a young boy. I'm listening to these grown-ups. I'm going to be influenced by what they say. Come to find out, that was never true. But I grew up with that particular way of life. Now it's 57 days of not eating, and I woke up and my penis is standing up straight. So now, I want to really understand this. And I did, because the body was able to drain the plaque that has been accumulating over those 30 years. And I was totally unaware of it. And that is the one disease. There never been two diseases in the world. The one disease is inflammation. And it is acquired by the things that you eat. What you eat will determine how you live, how you behave, how you even relate to you. What you eat. Look, I gave a speech in D.C., and this brother named John Claude P., he called himself the bicentennial poet, spent many years in Australia. So he came to hear me talk, and when I was finished with the lecture, he said, if you don't watch the things you eat, the things you eat will soon eat you.
Wow.
I said, wow. Is that what you got from the lecture? He said, that's right. And that's what you said. And it's true. You see, the goal is what?
Live.
The goal is peace. Internal peace.
Yes.
You want that peace. It's not for me why you need it. It's for you. The love that you are able to acquire is the love that you need. You know, the African have a saying, an angry heart devour its owner. So you better have a good heart for you to live long. And I saw that with my grandmothers. I had two grandmothers, one from Jamaica, one from Belize. The one from Jamaica, she always found fault with everyone and everything. And she had a coin or two. So she eat these very special meats and sausages. And she was a lady that didn't live too stressless. It was stressful. She died at 70. The grandmother that slept on the floor, and I slept on the floor with her, because that's all we had. We didn't have a Murtabak in the bed. So that grandmother lived to see 100. And she was a happy woman, mama here. But she lived different. I never heard my grandmother say that much about someone that was negative. She's always happy. She's always pleasing. And she showed me the value of submitting to that word. So just go back to the original conversation now. Topic, the Mexican. I came back to LA on the 57th day. My erection is back, but I'm scared. When sisters would come to me, I would say, hold it, I don't want no sex. Because I wasn't sure. So, I went back to see him on the 94th day of my fast. I lost 89 pounds. I was very happy. And from then until now. But in the process, I learned a lot of things. And I'm still learning. I'm 83 years of age now, and I thought that at 83, I would be the wisest man on the planet, but I'm the dumbest. And I realized that at 83. So wow, well, when do you really get the package, you know? That you say, this is it. I know you don't know anything. And in reality, what do you know? Nothing. But why you need to know something? Why? Maybe a trade, learn to fly a plane, manage a ship like I did. But beside that, what do you know? There's nothing to know. Because you're not going to ever know about how the universe was made. You were told that, and you believe that. But do you know?
Nope.
You don't know. We don't know. But so what? As I travel with the new way of life, I begin to see these different shades and rainbows of colors that I didn't like. Why? Because it was taking me into a world that I was afraid of. You see, I was a merchant seaman for 10 years. And I'm vulgar, loud, nigger crazy. That's me. But I live there. That's me. That's now I'm seeing these other things. You better straighten up, boy. And one day, I walk into this place called Herbs of Mexico. And a woman is leaving. And she said to me, would you please leave your number? I said, why? She said, you save souls, don't you? You see, I don't know what she saw in me, but I didn't feel what she saw. When she said, you save souls, don't you? I know that she was emotionally out of balance, because I don't believe there's anyone on this planet could identify the soul. I begin to pay heed. Then these sisters in Los Angeles, I was a steam engineer, and I'm experimenting with these herbs. I'm going to Herbs of Mexico to buy these herbs. And these sisters started coming around. Abby Lincoln, Marla Gibbs, Sharifu, all these sisters, Uta, in Walimu. And they were getting these herbs, and they were feeling good. And they named me Sebi. And the day that they gave me that name in that ceremony, I knew that with that name came a responsibility. A responsibility that I was not prepared to carry out. I mean, I knew it. So I had to lay back for 5 years, reprogramming myself, such as certain words, you know, seaman, we cuss every 5 words, certain behavior. Then one day, everything cleared up to me. I wanted to do something good. Now remember now, there's books out there like Jethro Claus, Back to Eden. There's Alma Hutchins, Indian Herbology of North America. There's Ivan Kirkikov, the Russian. There's Hipólito Rodriguez. There's Myers. There's Culpeper. But they all made the same recommendations for the same disease. No, yeah, but no one is being cured. Somewhere along the way, the
the science of biochemistry came into my head. Why? Biochemistry, the chemistry of life. And it is in that science that I spent 5 years. Then I could see. I could see clear now. I cannot use peppermint. I can't use aloe vera. I can't use echinacea. Why? They are hybrids. What do you mean by hybrids? Hybrids mean a product that was made by a laboratory. Wow, I can't believe that I run up on this thing. I'm in Washington and I got a call from Dr. David Ayensu. Dr. David Ayensu is a botanist. He's a member of the Smithsonian Institution. Dr. Sebi, I heard that you have done some research in herbs, but have you ever considered using the rosy periwinkle as a cure for leukemia? I said, Dr. Ayensu, many people have been cured of leukemia without the aid of the periwinkle. But as for the periwinkle, it is a plant that was hybrided in Madagascar by the French. Its molecular structure is incomplete. It's an acid-based substance. What do you mean? I said, I mean just what I said. The periwinkle is a hybrid plant. He made that mistake because he didn't quite understand the science of biochemistry. And even Hippocrates, the Greek, he said one of the first consideration, never allow your patient to receive from you something that hurts. Ginseng hurts, peppermint hurts, echinacea hurts, carrots hurts, beets hurts. You don't do that. I used to drink more carrot juice than anybody in the world. I had more mucus than anyone else too. As I began to put the science of biochemistry in the mix, in the equation, that was when I began to produce these products. Because one of the herbs that I used to like to think was the stuff, was comfrey. And because I was a steam engineer, I had the privilege to use the laboratory to break things down for ionization. I learned that. And when I took a pH of comfrey, it's 4.8. Oh my God, I said no. Oh no, I'm wrong. What do I mean by 4.8? It means this. In nature, everything is electrical. For it to be electrical, it has to have a pH of more than 7. 7, as you know, is the neutral point in breaking things down. Hydrogen ion concentration. You call that pH. How we translate this into something sensible, Dr. Sebi? Okay. pH of 7 is neutral. 7.1 is alkali. 6.9 is acid. And as you go down the road, as you get smaller in number, the more acid the substance.
As you go higher in number, the more alkalinity there is. 7 is neutral, but 7.1, the water here is 9.8. Very high in oxygen and alkalinity. So you want to select everything from a pH above 7, but comfrey is 4.5. Oh, I was so disappointed. Then I took burdock. Burdock is 9. So what's the difference there? One is native, one is non-native or made.
Man-made.
Okay, I begin to put the compounds together and I begin to hear the result. And ladies and gentlemen, my first patient was a blind man, Mr. Fredericks. My little girl, Usha, was 9 months, but Usha could talk. She could talk at 9 months. And I had her in the kitchen with me and I was talking to her. And when I look out the kitchen window, there's someone there. He said, look, I'm blind. Could you help me? I said, I'll try. I was an engineer still. Where am I going to see? I said, by Wednesday, no, by Friday. That's the Monday. Now, why did I select it Friday? Now, you know that's crazy. I've never treated a blind man before. Why did I say Friday? Why was I so certain? I don't know. I said, but you'll be seen by Friday. The man was not seen by Friday. He was seen by Wednesday.
Wow.
The man came back and looked at me and said, I could see. I said, he raised his left hand. I raised my left hand. He said, you raised your left hand. I said, wow, the man could see. But when the man told me that if I'd help him to see, he would give me $1 million. So when he came around the fence, the gate to come in the back, I was bare feet like I am now. And he looked at my feet. And he kept looking at my feet. And he gave me $35. I was so happy. I was so happy. Happy because it worked. And I wanted things to work. I don't want you to give me your money and I'm lying to you. I would like to live. And I want it clean. Mr. Frederick was seen. And then the Japanese came with his wife, Fred Takashita. Well, my wife cannot have babies. She had endometriosis. Virginia's her name. She was from Utah. She was cured and she had babies. And so it went. And one day I left. What a day for me. The journey of the messenger of healing. Because I am not the healer. The healer is a woman. I'm only the messenger. You see, in healing, it's required to be a nurturer. A male cannot be a nurturer. It's a female. But what happened in the last 500 years, they trick you women, they let you guys believe that we're the boss. We're the shit. You get behind. So my mother and I used to have these conversations, but I was always sensible enough to see the truth. How could I come out of a woman and be as powerful as her? I mean, that is crazy. I mean, I came out of her. And I'm going to turn around and say, I'm your leader.
And you allowed me to do it. I told my mama, I said, you guys messed up. I said, the way that things are now, I blame you, woman. Because you allow men to lead you. Now, that is against all natural arrangement. You don't see that out there in the natural life.
Wow.
Whenever you see a group of elephants, they all are female. There's no male there. The lioness, if the lion is the king of the jungle, who trained this chump? His mama. But because you guys have not taken your rightful place, then I gotta be putting this message out there, hoping that some of you would pick it up and say, well, just do it. The woman that has come before in the past, they did things to undermine the entity. But that was okay. They only said they weren't the one. But the one that's going to carry this message into the future, I know she hasn't arrived yet. There is a sister by the name of Chandra Washington. She's one of the best cooks that I've ever met. And a beautiful sister. And quiet as kept, she's the only sister that right now, beside my daughter Saama, that runs the village that is around me. I don't know if you all saw my little daughter, Taiwa. Yeah, she's another one that told me that I'm a doctor. I said, don't stop. So I got these two girls now that I hope will carry on the tradition. But I want responsible grown-up people. And this is why we put together the Bolingo. Yes. The Bolingo group. Yeah. The Bolingo group is a $200 million project. It's a project that's going to have 7 healing centers in the United States. You're going to have a herb research development in Africa, and I'm going to turn this healing village over to Bolingo. Why? Because I don't think it is right to charge money to someone to heal them. I don't think that's right. It doesn't feel good to me. So my mama said, okay, we'll go to DC and give a speech and tell them that if everybody gave $5, you have $5 million. You could build the healing village. They said, no, the nigga will keep the money. I said, okay. So I came back. I said, okay. I came back. I said, hey, Mom, they said I'm a thief. She said, they're right. I said, why they right? She said, because they have done that to people so many times. Yes. So you know what you do? I said, what? Build it, and then you sell it to them. And that's what I did. So now, Bolingo will take over the Usha village. You joining it with $200, immediately you're only going to have to pay $700 to come here. But when all the money is collected, you wouldn't have to pay a dime after that. Why? Because we would have 1 million members, and each member would pay $10 every year. That's $10 a year. That's a $10 million every year. Well, the village only takes about 3 a year to run it, and you have 7 million left over. But then what it does, it gives you the privilege to come, and you don't have to pay anything. I think that's beautiful. Yes. Because it doesn't feel right to make money off someone's disease. Look what it sounds like. But now we're creating a family. You know?
where I'm a member of the Usha village, but I could go there and spend the time that is allotted to me, you know, and we could expand. We have 7 million left every year. We could buy more land and build more huts.
Yes.
When they said that marijuana is a drug, and it is because it has in its structure the THC, meaning that marijuana has 102 minerals, and if you take one out the arrangement, the THC by itself is a protoplasmic poison. It has to work in conjunction with the rest. With water, you have hydrogen and oxygen. Well, if you separate the water, pure oxygen is deadly. It will poison you. Pure hydrogen is an explosion. But together, they make what? Water. Thank you. So when they talk about marijuana being a drug, they talk about splitting it. No, in nature you use everything as is, whole, complete. I drink it every day, as often as I can too. But these last days I've been taking the green food. It made a believer out of me. And I never use it. But then someone called about the viento, and a little boy named Abu Bakr from Washington, D.C. said, do never stop making the banjo. Where Abu? Abu stand. Abu sit right in that chair and look around this house and said, I know how you make this house. I said, how? You made 3 circles and you joined them. And that's what it is. That little boy was very observant. Abu would come here and have the long conversation with me and said, don't you ever stop making the banjo. I said, why? It's an intelligent medicine. It's a tonic, it's a liquid. But Abu noticed that since he'd been drinking it, his grades.
Hello, princess. Oh, look. She drew a picture.
Show me Taiwan.
Show daddy.
Who did that?
That was me.
That's Taiwan. You see beautiful people? Taiwan. Tell them what is good for your pressure.
Flor de manita.
Flor de manita.
Tell them what people need when they're weak.
Iron.
Iron.
And where you get iron from? Carao. Carao is a fruit that grows in the trees long. It's loaded with iron. So Taiwa said that she's a doctor, right?
She told me.
She's a doctor. And I believe her. That's my daughter.
What did you tell me, Tyra?
And you know, we have a relationship like no other daughter. Her mother gave her to me when she was only 8 months. And me and Ty was in that room right there until she was 1 year and 8 months. It was me and my baby. And she grew up with daddy. When she's 1 year and 8 months, I got her a babysitter. Now look, I'm 79. The nigga's 79 with a baby now. Well, that's her mother. Carmela.
Oh, she wants to present to you.
Oh, she love her mommy.
Thank you, darling.
She love her mommy.
Yeah, she loves it.
Yeah.
Good girl.
I was playing a tune
Performer. Yeah.
that I want you to hear. The Nubian Sundance by the Weather Report. You would love it.
I have to hear it, yeah.
You gotta hear it. Bye, Taiwa.
Bye, darling. Bye, love you.
Yeah, Taiwa and I were very, very close, but things happened. Why the mama gave her to me at 8 months? I'm up here. It was a Saturday evening, about around this time. I said, police car come up there. And this girl in the police car with the baby. And she said, here. And gave me the bag of diapers. And the police said, we gotta take her. She's very sick. She was suffering with postpartum depression. I could see it. So Pamela brought the baby to me and said, and left with the police, and they took her to the doctor. 2 years passed. Taiwa and I downstairs. And here come Pamela. Taiwa said, asked me, who's that? I said, it's your mommy. She ran to her mommy and raised her dress up and grabbed her by her breast.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
She still does. Yeah.
But wait. Now, that little girl had to come into this world. You know why I said that? Because I fought Pamela. I was 78 and Pamela is 23. I'm 25 years older than Pamela's daddy. I could be Pamela's grandfather. I said, what you want with me? I don't know what she said. Because you're black, you're old, and you're ugly. But you're going to be my baby's daddy. So I said, what makes you think I could make babies? I'm 78. She said, you can, your voice. Well, she got pregnant, and then I'm going to suffer now. My friend said, is the milkman baby? I said, yeah, the milkman baby. So I came and I told Pamela, I said, Pamela, I didn't know you were pregnant with the milkman. She said, yeah, the milkman baby. Wait. Pamela tells me, I dream with your mama every night. I said, but my mama died 3 years ago. She said, but I dream with your mama, and my baby gonna look like your mama. Not only did the baby look like my mama, she was born the very day my mama was born. The 26th of February. So when you look at Taiwa, she had to be here. I fought Pamela. I didn't want to have no young girl. I'm 78. Oh my God. And then her daddy came and told me, I don't know what my daughter see in you, but she's in love with you. And she is. An old man with a young girl. But you know what? Is it a plus?
Yes.
No. It has to be that, right? But the thing that I like about the relationship is not about me using energy to hold her. You know what I mean? Like some men would. No, none of that. So I have a young family.
She takes care of you too.
Huh?
She takes care of you.
Oh, Pamela is honest. She brings my sea moss. Yes. In the morning when you wake up, you have that sea moss with hemp milk. And you sweeten it with some agave. And put a little bit of salt in it. And you could have some spelt bread with coconut butter. That stuff gonna make you feel so good. That sea moss is loaded with energy. It has a lot of silica, a lot of calcium, a lot of phosphorus, a lot of it, not to mention iodine. So Pamela is the only one that knows how to prepare my sea moss that I like. And she said it. Pamela is very good. But I'm still fighting her.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know why I feel like she needs to be with somebody else. And that's something.
But Taylor too. Taylor takes care of you really well as well.
Oh, Ty will take care of me.
Yeah, she does everything.
Ty will always take care of Daddy.
Dr. Sebi, let me ask you a question on that hemp milk and
hemp milk
and the sea moss. I'm diabetes now. Can I do that?
Man, that's gonna help you. I used to be diabetic.
Yeah.
I had diabetes.
That's why I'm here, because I suffered everything that you suffered at 30.
Okay.
So that's why I'm here, because I've seen the testimonial, I've seen everything that you said on your videos. So I said, then I have to travel here to see
Thank you.
That's right. We see it.
When did you came?
Friday will be my, Thursday will be my second week. I'll be here until...
Bro, how are your sugar?
Stabilized right now.
Huh?
Stabilized at 87, 90, 90.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You never know when a message is coming to you that you really need. You don't know. But this, you prepare for it. Never get angry at anything that is directed to you. Anything that is directed to you is directed to you for a reason. You understand? Don't why me. Why you is happening. I work with a Mexican. His name is Pablo. Pablo motto is that accept what you are given. And it's true. It makes life easy. It's beautiful. It's a nice thing to live. I could talk about that now because I was about to commit suicide. My life was in a state of disarray, and it was all due to my diet. Everything was ugly, and everybody in it was ugly. So, as you all come here to begin your journey of healing, remember this, don't put anything in your mouth that doesn't belong. And every time you do that, you watch that negative reaction. You will get it. You don't do it. I'm glad to see you all here. I feel good. Welcome you. This place was designed for you, not for me, for you. This is why I keep the price down. I don't want the price to go up. The cheapest one is $5,000 a week. I charge one. Because I want people to heal, and eventually, I'm not going to charge anything. And we're going to be one family, right?
Yeah.
Amen.
And that thing that really makes us feel good is going to come out. There was a woman in LA. In the 60s, we were revolutionary. Oh yeah, we talked about kicking butt. And the woman opened the door and said, you guys are insane. Insane, why? Because love is not in the equation. Everybody said, love? Do you know? It took me 25 years to assimilate what Mrs. Lily Watkins said. I asked her son, Bob. I said, Bob, you remember that night when your mama came and said that we were crazy? And she said that love was not in the equation. I said, how long it took you to assimilate that? He said, about 25 years. I said, it did the same for me. That love is so beautiful, it's for you. And then your recipient will gonna feel you. But when you carry anger, they're gonna feel that too. Yeah, they're gonna feel it. So, we give you the herbs here that are gonna begin the journey of cleansing. The cleansing process, oh yes.
an intracellular cleansing. Each little glass is designed to do a certain work, a certain job. They all are well balanced. They all are beautiful. Yeah, you know, about the philosophy of Usha. I want you all to know it, that it is about cleansing and rebuilding cells. That's all it's about. Cleansing and rebuilding cells. Well, you're not going to miss. You're going to feel it. You're going to see it. But you need to stay with it. And one day you're going to see things change so subtly. Yes.
We say that we are intelligent. We say that we are cosmic. We also go further and say, I am spiritual. But imagine this, you spiritual people, that the day that your mother and father decided to copulate and make love, the sperm of your father was already compromised with acid, and the ovum of your mother likewise. So here you find a child like Sebi, born from a compromised sperm, adulterated sperm, and he's going to tell the world that he's smart. How could I be? When the very structure of sperm that made me was compromised with blood and starch. But they were a part of me that was preserved. I didn't go to school. That was the better part of me. If I had gone to school, I would not have been able to afford myself as a servant on the level and in the perspective that I'm doing so today. Why? Because schools would have interfered with me. Because the schools promote protein, enzymes, and vitamin. Well, these things have been used over the years. I do not promote those things because I'm like outside of the box. I'm living in a broader perspective where we find that the body does not need enzymes, protein, or vitamin. The body needs electric food.
And then Bina,
Thank you.
Pisces.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God,
Yes.
that's my favorite sign. That's my mama.
Okay.
My mama was a Pisces, my little baby's a Pisces, and look just like her. Yeah, it's a pleasure meeting you, Chef Aki.
Pleasure meeting you.
Now I could smoke my dope. But guess what? Everybody in Honduras that know Mr. G love him.
Oh, wow.
They love him because he's beautiful. And we working together. We have the healing part of the Bolingo development of women. I don't want any male in that, including me. I'm getting out because I just came with the message.
Wow.
We're going to develop the housing, building, the agriculture, the processing of the food. They're going to handle the healing.
Wow.
Simple as that.
Wonderful.
That's it.
Wow.
And we're moving on, girl. I got to go to Ecuador now.
Okay.
There's a man came from Ecuador that interviewed me, Johnny Guzman. I speak Spanish fluently. So I'm going to Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. Then I have to go to Africa because the president of Tanzania was with me, Kikwete, and he wanted me in Tanzania, and I need to go there. But I also was in Guinea, where it is mysterious. Chef, this is powerful. This is powerful. There's a thermal water in Fulamori, Guinea, that has minerals that were never recorded by the geologists. And when I drink the stuff, I could tell you stories. So we're going to Guinea, Africa, and we're going to develop one of the most beautiful health centers they ever seen. We got the thermal waters also in Honduras, where people, when they drink it, oh my God. The man came from Russia. He said, could I live here? I said, no, you're not. You're going to get out of hand right off. And he cried. He said, I don't want to leave. I said, you're going to leave. I don't want to leave the village either because the village is so nice and pretty. Marina was there. He was there. It's a pretty little village. I want to build something
that represent you. It has to be clean. It has to be pretty. I like pretty things. My grandma used to tell me that. You like to make things pretty, huh? I said, yep. I do. Because that's me. I'm a Sag. You know? I'm a Sag, and we Sages are, they say we romantic, we passionate, and I suppose I'm all that.
Mischievous.
But you know something? I'm that same little goddamn boy I remember when I was 14. The nigga ain't changed.
Planning to be back in Jamaica at all?
I love Jamaica. I love Jamaica.
Nice one.
Jamaica represents a lot to me because it is the land of Marcus Garvey.
Yes.
In fact, Garvey to me is the only male leader that I really had a lot of respect for. I respect and love for all of them. But Garvey came with something pragmatic. You know?
Yeah, yes.
Going home.
Love it.
Building. Building things.
Yeah.
We are now bogged with philosophy. And the people that is running the UNIA today, they're not doing the things that Garvey was doing. They're not even resonating on that level. So Jamaica represents the home of black nationalism.
That is true.
Not saying that in a negative way,
No, I understand.
but it is waking us up that we have to depend on ourselves. Yes, I want to go back to Jamaica as soon as they possibly. Invite me again.
Okay, we will work it out. What about New York?
I love New York. The brothers and sisters in New York are just as beautiful as the brothers and sisters in Jamaica. The brothers and sisters likewise. One of the things that we have been noticing, that we have been bombarded with negative information about us. But that negative information is alien and external to us. Detroit is crime city number 1. Memphis, crime city number 1. Black people in London is this, that, and the other. It's not true. We all are beautiful.
What are your views? Now, we know you have a sauna here, and obviously it's a very natural spring sauna, and we don't get that in most of the countries that we're from. So what about infrared sauna?
Now, I was hearing infrared.
Yes.
Saunas that give you sun rays artificially.
That's correct.
Okay.
And steam up artificially. No.
This has to be natural. Take your clothes off and get in the sun.
Absolutely. There's no sun in
It's
London.
as simple as that.
I got you. Okay. What about any advice for women for shrinking fibroids? It seems to be a very common problem with among black females.
The reason why black females are facing with such a high incidence of fibroids, the diet.
The diet.
They have taken us away from the diet that nature designed for us.
Yes.
And we have become victims, conditioned to that diet. Now, we have to turn the thing around. Bring back everything that we feel, that we know is consistent with our cellular predisposition, our diet.
Okay.
Not only is it going to address certain parts, all of us, we are actually insane. We are insane. And some of us to the point that we wind up in an insane asylum. I am a product of that. I am a victim of that. I was in what you call a psychiatric ward, schizophrenic and paranoia. Later to walk out of it, to heal that, we are very, very sick. And this is the reason why I say to my brothers and sisters, if nothing else we do, let us be tolerant of each other's.
Yes.
Let's be tolerant. Don't come with too much of a philosophy or anything. Just be tolerant and share love.
Yeah. Okay. So persons, there are a few persons who are also suffering from fits, epilepsy. That be
Epilepsy or fits also is the result of poor oxygen to the brain.
Poor oxygen.
There was a man in Los Angeles that came to me that was blind. His name is Mr. Fredericks, my first blind patient, 1977. He said to me, my daughter has 2 grand mal a day. Could you help her too? Mr. Frederick was seeing. He was blind for 11 years, but he was seeing in 2 days.
Wow.
So I sent her the compound. Do you know that that young lady only took 1 dose, and that was all she needed? And the dose was the cannabis sativa.
Cannabis sativa.
Better known as the marijuana.
Excellent.
You make a tincture
Yes.
and you give her a tablespoon of the tincture in about an ounce of water, and the lady never had another
Wow.
seizure.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And is that something they can get from the LA office? How would they get that?
What, the tincture of marijuana?
Yes, or would they call the Usha village for that?
We got it here. I think we may have it in the LA office also.
Okay, thank you. Persons who are healing from kidney failure, who've had kidney failure and are healing, what should they take to heal? Should they go on a cleansing package? Should they take a therapeutic package? Or should they just eat from the nutritional guide?
Kidney failure. I know, to heal kidney failure, you got to get that package, because that is very, very, very tricky, and it's very tedious, and it's a serious situation.
Yes.
Yes, you got the nutritional package.
Get a therapeutic package.
You know, yeah, the therapeutical one.
Yeah.
We have to, you know, I've been successful, not in all cases, because again, the conditioning comes into the picture.
Yes.
There were many people that we treated for with kidney failure that recovered overnight and was off the dialysis. There were others that they could not stop eating that Canadian bacon.
So it's diet, therapeutic package, and diet.
That's right.
Okay. What about bread? Ferment. How can we make bread? There's a lot of the breads that we make are going to just be flat because baking soda, I guess, is not approved for us to use. So how can we make breads? What kinds of breads?
Bread?
How can we get bread to rise?
Sea moss.
Sea moss.
Hannah, have you ever thought of using the Perrier water?
Ah, the soda and the Perrier water. Yes.
Perrier water is naturally carbonated.
Yes. Uh-huh. Good.
Yeast or soda is bicarbonate of soda, but Perrier is natural.
Okay. All
but
right.
sea moss would raise your stuff up like a leaven.
Sea moss will raise as well.
Yeah.
When you come into the Yusha village, what medical documentation is required before you get here?
You know, because we have reduced disease to a common denominator, it is necessary for you to bring the diagnostic sheet of the physician.
Okay.
Although we work with them, and they're good. I'm not going to deny the doctor his position in the sun.
Yes.
He's good. He responds to emergencies where we cannot. It is good to bring it, but just tell us what the doctor said you have and we proceed from there.
Okay.
Because we know already that the body is ridden with inflammation. Inflammation is the cause of all disease. Without the body having inflammation, there would be no disease.
Okay. Children with autism.
Autism. Notice carefully. I just said that every disease is the result of inflammation. A child with autism that's white, black, Chinese, Arab, they all look alike.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
They call them mongoloids. They all take on that mongoloid look. The mongoloid look comes when the inflammation has invaded the child's brain and face, shaping it to look like a mongoloid. Like mongoloid. You see?
Yeah.
They all look alike. But what is causing that head to swell? It isn't the air, it isn't water, it's inflammation. Removing the inflammation from the body, draining the inflammation from the head, the child began to respond. I had a little boy from Ecuador. The grandmother brought him. The grandmother brought him to be treated. He's 13. He never spoke in his life. When that boy took the treatment, he was talking in 2 weeks.
So for parents with children of autism, you suggest that they would call the LA office for a therapeutic package?
Call the LA office. This is why we're building a center here for children with autism and also for leukemia, because we find that there are many, many children who are suffering with leukemia and sickle cell and autism.
And will you have more products for children? Because at the moment there's only Banju.
The Banju is a very good product.
Will you have more products for children?
Oh yes, we do.
Which other products can children?
Well, we have the iron is for children.
Oh, Iron Plus.
But we make for children products specially for them.
Yes.
Yeah, specifically for them.
You're going to have more products for children, or?
Yes, we're going to have more product for children.
Is it possible for the thyroid gland to grow back after it's been removed?
The thyroid gland or
Yes.
the thymus gland?
The thyroid gland. Well, can this grow back?
Glands does grow back because they removed Zadia Ife thymus gland before she came to me. As she took the treatment, it grew back. Glands grows back.
We have very low sun exposure in Europe. What can we eat to resolve the poor sun exposure?
What could you eat to replace?
Yes, to resolve that. We obviously, the sun's very poor and we don't get a lot of sunlight. So is there something we can eat specifically to get whatever it is that we need to compensate?
If you say that you get poor sunlight and sparsely in Europe, a white man would say that is good, but not so for a black person. A black person needs the sun. I mean, when he gets into the sun after being in the cold, oh, his body feels it immediately. I mean, immediately.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That you didn't belong there. But since you're there, what could you take to replace that? Lots of iron.
Lots of iron. Over and over.
We have got to be responsive. We have got to be responsive to each other.
Yes.
And I hope that this information would be received in the same vernacular as I'm deploying it.
Yes.
I want it to be received with love, because we need each other's now. And the funny thing about us black people, our history, that we set out to rescue our life because of the violation of 500 years. But in turn, white people benefit, Orientals benefit, everybody benefit, Native American benefit.
Yeah.
Now that was the beautiful thing about it, is that everybody benefits from it, because we set out to do it to us for ourselves.
Okay.
The rest of the herbalists in the world were making a very drastic mistake. They read books. In the books, they talk about comfrey, aloe vera, they talk about garlic, they talk about peppermint. All these things are deadly poison. But the herbalist doesn't know that because he read a book. See, when you read books, you're a zombie. You knows nothing.
So is that the
You
same
ha-
as religion?
What you say?
Is that the same as religion?
The same as religion, because when we talk of religions, there isn't a religion in the world that asks you to eat the food that God made. Every one of them undermine your health, whether Christianity, Islam, Buddha, Shinto, or even the Bhagavad Gita from India. They all eat garbage. They eat starch and blood. So what is the benefit of me being religious? I am not
But in
religious.
one of the famous, most popular books, it says herbs is for the healing of the nation.
Herbs are for the healing of the nations. But when that book talk about herb are for the healing of the nation, you're referring to the Bible. But the Bible doesn't tell you what herb. You don't know. And we African people, we're no longer Africans. We're something other than African. We don't know what it is that we are. All we do, we just walk around reading books and talking about we black and Haile Selassie and it dies there. But we are not about constructing that which was destroyed. No, we're not about that. We are not about understanding that there is such thing as food gene consistency. And what do you mean by that? I mean everything. Gorillas doesn't eat polar bear food. We eat everybody's food but our own. And then we walk around the street being smart. And everybody knows that we're not, including the white man. The white man knows that as long as you eat his food, you will never get anywhere. Because gorillas was to eat polar bear food. It has been seen in Kenya. There was an experiment for 10 years in which they gave a gorilla, first they took the leaves and they put the blood on it, little by little, little by little, little by little, then little pieces of meat, grind meat. And at the ending of 10 years, the gorilla was fighting for a bone. Some that gorillas never do. And that's what we are doing. We are fighting with ourselves so much that our conversation is not about reconstructing ourselves. It's about the white man. It's about the white man. It's about the white man. And what the white man did. Well, if I was a white man and I had you in bondage and you talk about me all the time, I'd be drinking my martini because I know that's all you're going to do is talk. But I know you're not going to do something to rectify your condition. That I already know. They have the land. I have the Bible and the Quran.
Oh, that's what I always said. The white man have all the gold and we have the Bible.
Yeah.
So give him back the Bible and we take back the gold.
She be scared now. We live in fear. Me, the only person I feared was my mama. Because the biggest testicles I was to anyone was hanging on my mama. That's why it was easy for me to see, just like the Arabs, they should be Muslims. Just like the Europeans, they should be Christians.
What should
Just like the Chinese should be Buddhists and Tao. But I'm an African.
So what should we be?
What should we be?
Just an African?
Ourselves.
We're all Africans.
That's all we had. And that is all we need. Since the other religions came, Africa is divided and Africa is in a state of disarray.
Because there is a documentary that's being filmed right now as we speak, okay, by Nipsey Hussle. He's a rapper, and I guess he's taken to a lot of Dr. Sebi's healing practices. Enough, you two, who were the founders of the entire, I mean, we call it brand.
Yeah, that's the new name.
Yeah, brand. But his entire being, per se, okay?
Let's use the word movement.
Movement, okay.
It's a community, and we're trying to create a movement. We're trying to create this in which our community can understand healing and health and wellness.
Okay. And so, interesting enough, this documentary is being filmed, and he's using, as what I would call, and you guys probably would disagree with that, an imposter, saying that she's, I guess, Dr. Sebi's wife, and she was beside him during the whole court process. I was looking at various interviews, and she said my husband was tried by the courts, okay, and beat it, because he was practicing medicine illegally, and she is telling that story on camera during while they're filming that documentary, and you two have not been contacted at all. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Nipsey Hussle and his production has not contacted you, Ma'a, or Usha, the daughter.
That is correct.
Who the village is named after.
That's correct.
So they're filming a documentary trying to highlight and follow Dr. Sebi's life, and you guys, who were, of course, responsible for helping to create the movement, is not a part of it at all. Okay, so
I'm coming from the old school. We were married 30 years.
Okay.
Sebi was a merchant marine, and this is not where we're going to go, and Usha's going to transfer it to another way.
Okay.
But just for this part, we were married 30 years. So what we went through with the court, what we went through, it was a whole lot what we went through.
You were there from the
and what we
beginning.
created. And I'm not trying to say the ego and the me, because this is the energy we discussed. We're not going to.
Okay.
But we want the truth to be told. And then this is unwind. So wait a minute. Were you there? Because it was 30 years. And when that man called, the scientist called and said, he needs to get the Nobel Peace Prize or life in prison. Were you there? When the FDA came to me, were you there? When we had to go to court, when it was the little FDA where you sit around the table and they're asking questions.
Like a Senate hearing.
Yeah. Or something. Sebi wasn't even there. Were you there? Is the question. Like all that, the whole process of what that was. Were you there? And the question is, who was there?
Okay, so
come on now.
But people still.
My children was trying to protect me, and I don't know who Nipsey is, but you explained.
Okay.
And I don't know what these people are saying, but that's the whole point. You were saying that and explaining that. So it's like, oh my God, well, let the truth be told. Just tell the truth is the point here.
His family attempted to get him released from custody to no avail. He was held for over a month with no court date, and bail was never set. After a month of being held in prison, he reportedly became sick with pneumonia, and his condition quickly deteriorated. He passed away shortly after. Before Dr. Sebi entered prison, he was in optimal health.
When the first patient was a brother in Boston named Michael White, and a sister, she's from D.C. Her name is, oh boy, I forgot her name right now.
Okay.
But she told me, she said, Dr. Sebi, my brother has AIDS in Boston. So what do you do? I said, well, I'm going to send him the compound. The compound that I made were made to cleanse the cells. They come in the category of phosphates, carbonates, iodides, and bromides. Now we are entering the science of biochemistry. These are food and vitalizers. I remove from the man's diet lactose, uric acid, and carbonic acid, milk, starches, and meat. By removing these things from his diet and then cleansing his cells, he began to see recovery in 24 hours. And so it went. They kicked him out of the hospital 2 weeks later. Memorial Hospital in Boston, Dr. Bonanno. Then there was a young man in D.C. Zelma Peterson is her name. Zelma Peterson.
Yeah.
She was the one that introduced me to my second AIDS patient, and from then it was all the way alive. Make sure that whenever you put something in your mouth, that something is going to complement you, and that it's going to serve you well. It's going to support your nervous system. Because if you don't, you will find yourself stressed. Not only are you going to find reasons to dislike me, you're going to dislike yourself. Glucose is the greatest enemy that you could ever be faced with. Avoid it. Because the one thing you want to do is to love. And that love should begin with you. Once you love you, you love the whole world. It's easy. It's delicious to love everybody and everything.
I think I'm the only black man on the planet that isn't spiritual. I think that's me, because everybody else is. But in the state of spirituality, they don't even know what they're supposed to eat. That undermines that position. That really is crazy. Now, the question is asked, What did we eat in the forests of Africa? Well, don't you ask any of the historians, the anthropologists, the archaeologists, the Egyptologists, the historians. They don't know. They simply just doesn't know. In fact, we are so ignorant as to who we are and where we came from. We call it Africa, we call it Ethiopia, we call it Abyssinia, we call it Al-Kabu land, we call it a whole bunch of stuff. But did it have a name? Did we give it a name? We didn't have any dictionaries to talk any language. You see, we believe that the African man had a dictionary and that we were wise. And we make the mistake in saying that we had wise men and scientists in Timbuktu. Do you know what you're saying? That you have violators, because scientists violate Mother Nature. That's all they're dedicated to do. We don't have any of that. We are not wise people. We're not brilliant people. We are cosmic people. Because an elephant isn't spiritual, isn't it? And he isn't intelligent. But he's cosmic because he eats the food that is designed for him. With us, we are everything but that. So what that does is to take us out of sync. And now we are not communicating. I am speaking a language that doesn't resonate with me. It came out of Europe, not Africa. The other thing, I put some roti in my mouth and some rice and beans. I put some goat. I put some lamb, and that stuff is European. So again, I'm offending myself. I have no idea as to who I am. Because they're very humble. They're very humble people. They are beautiful people. And we should really get closer to them. Me, because I speak Spanish, oh, they just jump all over me. And I love them. I love them. I love them. I get more love in Mexico. Oh my God, these Mexican people. Her daddy, when he first came to see me, she brought him. She dragged the nigga by force, came to see me. And he started making fun of me. Because Mexicans make fun of life. They don't live life in that serious place. No, everything is beautiful. Yeah, I love Mexico. I'm going back.
I was speaking about the Spanish culture recently and their value system and how you see their families always together.
That's
and
right.
You see them proud with their wives and their children, and they are not consumers on the level that we are consumers. And they don't value things, they value family.
That's right. That's what I told brothers. I said, look, watch that Mexican. He got the baby. Right? He always has the baby in his arm. And then, if you take a Mexican and pay him $10 an hour, and you take a brother with the same family members, $10 an hour, that Mexican is going to do more. Because his wife is not going to stress him. She with him. They value that family unit. It's important. And it is important. It is important. But it shows love. It shows love. Let me tell you. So, I hope that this information will be assimilated and utilized, because we're living in times in which we are experiencing a high degree of stress, in which we are responding to each other like we are other than a human being. So we are asking you to please, at least, give this perspective a chance, not for our sake, but because of your own sake. Your Bible teaches you that the herbs are for the healing of the nation. Your Quran teaches you that the trees are for healing. Well, we don't want to really go astray from that. Let us be obedient, at least for once in our life, to God Almighty. And I thank you very much. Being born from an adulterated sperm, I was born with asthma. At 27, I have diabetes. At 28, I was impotent. At 30, I wore glasses and I weighed 291 pounds. Here I am today now at 74, without any of those manifestations. Not that I'm as healthy as I could be or should be, because I started off eating garbage. I was eating everything that my mother gave me, which was garbage. None of it was complimenting me. But what this shows, that at the age of 30, I visited a Mexican in Cuernavaca, Morelos, which is Mexico. This man showed me that I was in direct violation of my ancestors. He took me away from all blood and starch, and he gave me these 3 bags. Each bag would last me a month.
What was in the bag?
A bunch of herbs, already grind up and mixed, but I never knew what the herbs were because that's a trademark.
Did you eat them, drink them?
No, I made 3 cups of tea every day. I would drink 3 cups of tea every day. And at the ending of 90 days, I didn't have any disease. But at the ending...
bathroom a lot when you had...
Yes, I would go into the bathroom 5 and 10 times a day. I had a great big stomach. I was passing fecal matter for days, even after I didn't eat. 48 days after I didn't eat, I was still passing fecal matter. Then it was just mucus coming out. But what I noticed was this.
Where was the mucus coming out?
From the body.
Wow.
It's from the body, my bowels. When I remember, I logged it and I have it in the book, that when the first 14 days, the first 7 days I was dizzy. From the 7th to the 15th day, no, from the first day to the 7th day, I was calm and pretty. I felt good. But from the 7th to the 15th, I was dizzy every day. I was dizzy. I had to crawl to the bathroom on my all fours. I went to the bathroom for a whole week on my knees, on my hands. I couldn't stand up because everything was moving. But on the 16th day when I woke up, it was a peace that I didn't remember. A peace that I never remembered in my life. Then on the 27th, on the 20th day, I didn't hear the wheezing in my chest that I used to have with asthma. Then my diabetes, 140 and 200, no longer exists. And
How much do you weigh now?
I only weigh 158 pounds.
How much were you weighing?
291. So, by the ending of 27th day, on the 57th day, I woke up, and this is where an argument come into my brain. When I was a little boy, all the men in Honduras, from Trinidad, from Barbados, from the United States, they would have these conversations in the barbershop. And what they would always say, that if you want to please a wife sexually, eat a lot of eggs raw, and drink a lot of milk, and eat a lot of raw meat or meat for protein. Well, these things are the very things that interfere with your life. Now I didn't eat anything for 57 days, and when I woke up, after not having an erection for 2 years, I was impotent. Why am I not impotent when I woke up on the 57th day? Why my penis is erect? Because my body got the opportunity to drain itself of the buildup of calcification, cholesterol, triglycerides, and the rest. So now, the orifice, which is the penis, is spongy. It needs blood to flow to erect it. But now, those little orifices are clogged. But in 57 days, they were drained out. And I think I was very happy.
Usha, you are the daughter of the famous Dr. Sebi, okay? Honduran herbalist and healer, of course. And we have your mother here.
We picked the name, Sebi, the ancient time. It was a whole process.
So the organic family, being that it was electric food, their diet, the organic family was never diseased. Why? It was impossible. It was impossible because we live within the arrangement, the procession of life. I'm not an anchor, and there are certain things that are indigenous to the anchor. I am not a Sioux or a Cheyenne. I am not a Toltec. I'm not a Maya. but I am an African. And there is a connection with the family. So, I was compelled to direct my thought patterns, my vision, towards the continent. I am an African. And what does that mean? It means that when creation designed the African, there was a food that was designed for that African. And if you believe that this is an untrue, well then, let us take the diet of the African and give it to the man that lives in the ice, the Inuits. No, he was designed to eat whale and fish. We were designed to eat something green. But nonetheless, it was compatible with our genetical predisposition. So now we come to why we are sick. The African had a food, the Eskimo had a food, the Inca had a food, but what he needed was in Peru. And what I needed was in Africa. If I ever make the mistake and select a component or a thought from another gene predisposition or another geography, I'm only saying, hey fellas, I am blind. I need to go to Kathmandu. I need to go to Nepal. I need to go to India. Or I need to go to Europe. And what you going there for? You see, I'm blind. I am totally lost. And being that I am lost, I don't know what is what and where to go. You see? We are blind, and we show it. I was spared. I didn't go to school. So the work of a scholar has no place in my environment. Why? Because what scholar do you know that has written a paper or a book that addresses gene food consistency? Nobody. And if we gonna violate that cosmic arrangement, all else is useless. It doesn't matter. You're violating. You are stressed. What do you mean? Yeah, there is such thing as African food. And it isn't rice and beans and carrots, cows, chicken and hogs, lamb or goats. No, it isn't rice and beans. We didn't have that. Those things was brought to us. These are the things that makes us sick. The violation was done over a period of years. The African has been misled. Who do we African people point our fingers to say you are responsible? We don't know, but we know this, that we have been violated from a cellular structure. We've been violated that is causing pain and anxiety today among us. Stress. stress so much that we blow our own brains out and offend others in many different ways and levels. I am manic, but I contain it with my suit, my tie, and my cup of coffee, not to mention my watch and my Mercedes. But one day, very soon, the doctors would say, hey man, you got something on you, in you, about you. And what is that, doc? It is cancer. Cancer? Well, my ancestors didn't have cancer. It was unknown. Why do I have cancer? Well, it's a virus. And what do you have? The other one has AIDS. That's a virus. The other one, herpes, that's a virus. Everything happened to be a virus, a germ, or a bacteria. How do we know that? We don't know that. Among all the writers in the black community, in the diaspora, none of them paid attention to what we should have been paying attention to. Our health. Our health. That would privilege me, would help me to love you and each other's and myself first. That was omitted. We know all about the religious people. We know all about the cross and Jesus. We know all about that. But when we go home to eat, we eat something that was definitely offend our biological and cellular structure. Why is that? Where did that message come from? That we were supposed to eat starch and blood as a diet. When these things offend the black man's biology. And that, because of that understanding or level of understanding, we could put forth the effort to ameliorate much of the ills that beset us. Isn't that beautiful? To come to that level of understanding that we need to change our diet to that which is compatible with our cellular predisposition. The African. I am not saying that the African is better than the Caucasian or that the African is better than the Chinese. When you begin to compare races and groups, then something has to be wrong with you. We are different. I am not a Caucasian. I am not a Chinaman. I am an African, which means that I am compelled to follow that cosmic dictate and that nothing should interfere with it. And do we now have the right to address this health situation that we are faced with? Ebola. Ebola. Cut it out. That's a joke. Africa been dying for the last 500 years. The immunological system of the African has been compromised. Look at the diet of the African. None of it is African. Not to mention us. What do? Well, we fix it. We fix it. That was the conversation that I had with my mother before she passed. She said, you know, when you were a little boy, they used to ask me, what is Fred gonna do? I used to tell him, I don't know. They asked your grandmother, Mama, hey, that's my grandmother. What's going to happen to Fred? What is he going to do? My Mama Hay would say, I don't know. Well, why don't you send him to school? That's when my grandfather would step in and says, gorillas doesn't take their cubs to be trained by polar bears. He will not go to school. He have to learn that which is consistent with his journey, with his cosmic journey. So I'm the little boy that didn't go to school but didn't understand why. But now that I'm at the age, in my winter of my age, I could see why my parents did that to me. They wanted me to stay clean, that I would be able to absorb just the material that life had to offer, not the philosophy of life. And that is where we're going to end this chapter, that the black man is not philosophical, that comes from another society. Philosophy has not done anything in ameliorating the condition of health that exists on the planet today. The philosophy of medicine is, it exists, disease exists because of germ, virus, bacteria. So we have to treat it with a chemical, cyanide, arsenide, mercury, or antimony. That makes a lot of sense to philosophy, which is ours. We don't need philosophy. We are not philosophical folks. We are organic folks. The people that live by philosophy, they produce waste. Now we go to the organic family. What is the thought structure? There is none. I'm obedient, and that's all I have to be. Obedient to the laws of life, the arrangement of life. The elephant doesn't live by a philosophy, nor the giraffe. He just obeys what his mommy and his papi ate through generations of existence. So it comes in now. Honor thy mother and thy father, that thy days may be long upon the land. And that is what Dr. Sebi did. He went to the mother country, selected plants, and voila! AIDS are being cured. Ebola is being cured. Diabetes, sickle cell anemia. Oh, sickle cell anemia. The disease that beset every black person on the planet today is sickle cell. Why? Well, you know, every plant lives by the dictates of the DNA that represent that plant. Like if I go to burdock, I'm looking for iron. But if I go to the lily of the valley, I'm looking for something else, calcium and iron combined. But if I want calcium in its purest form, I go to sea moss. If I want phosphorus, I go to the sentinella plant. And so it goes with plants, and so it goes with birds, animals, and man. My food is not what I've been giving. The cure has to be organic. Phosphates, carbonates, iodides, and bromides. This would ensure equilibrium in the body. They would begin to cleanse and revitalize. Stress would be diminished, and a new direction would be presented to you. This
is the first of 3 chapters acquainting you with the journey of the organic family. That is where Bolingo steps in. The Bolingo group, the love group, the organic family. But he was given a mandate to carry out, and I'm doing that now. And I'm glad that I met these women, but there's another one named Ashana that you're going to meet. She's from the St. Helena Island, right here in South Carolina, right? St. Helena.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was there. That's a pretty place.
South Carolina.
The people live so humble there.
Beautiful.
They make baskets and stuff. They're beautiful people.
Gullah Geechee people.
Yeah, but I know you're all enjoying Chef Aki.
Yeah, you have a rainbow coalition going on up in here, Sebi. It's like a rainbow of cultures.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's happening.
Yes.
But I survived for you. I survived for you. You know why I said that? 1988, 26 years ago, 27 years ago, I won the case. Why didn't they support me then, the healers and the leaders? They weren't supposed to. It wasn't time. I was supposed to survive until now. You guys are the one taking this. The young American adults, whether black or white, whether Chinese or Caribbean or European, you all are resonating on the same level. Oh yes. The only teenager that isn't resonating on that level are Arabs. But Mexicans, or all Latin America, and America, and China, and America, they all are resonating on that beautiful vibration, change. So you all are supporting it. My age, they all are dead. And though they aren't dead, they don't want to hear what I have to say because it's kind of difficult for them. And I don't blame them. I don't know how I was able to maintain a certain level of whatever it is. But I laugh every day when I wake up because I'm the little boy that never been to school. I never go to kindergarten, I didn't go to grade school, I didn't go to any school. I just grew up.
Interesting. Sebi, would you say that your diet, the way that you eat, has had more to do with compassion or more about just simple health?
Exactly what you said. Compassion. And now here, you Black America, you made me. Because when I came to America, I came off of literally a banana boat. From where? A banana country. A banana republic named Honduras. A pair of white tennis shoes. And when this girl saw me, she said, why don't you buy some shoes? Name is Barbara. The first time I was ever kissed. I could even name the address. 4504 Frenchman Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana. Girl, the boy had with a pair of tennis shoes, $5 in his pocket. I've never been in America for 62 years. And look at me. A messenger. Look what it turned out to be. But I like it. But I didn't expect to be the candidate though, Chef Aki. I didn't. Because I didn't have what you all said are the necessary requirement, education.
Yes.
Well, I must have been educated the natural way. And that's what happened. No big thing. And once I'm through with these sisters, they're going to see it too. They're seeing it now. You know it. You all knows that because it's coded in your DNA. You are part of the organic family. You know it automatically. Like she's a natural cook. When I mentioned Lauren Vanderpool, you know, she cooked for Barack.
Yes.
That's why Barack knows about me. Barack knows about me just as good as you guys. Because when he went to LA, he sent 10 of his aides to the shop and they bought over $10,000 worth of product.
But Barack had to be slick. Congress would never allow voodoo medicine to come in.
So hold on, Dr.
That's
Sebi.
what they call it.
Hold on. Are you telling me that Barack Obama has electric cell food?
Has what?
Your cell food in his...
No, stop.
In the
When
White
Carmen
House.
is my favorite, is one of our clients, and him and Barack is like this.
Oh my goodness.
And 10 of his aides came to me in LA.
Uh-huh.
You know Barack had it.
Wow. Wow.
You know he had it.
It's amazing.
But I was telling Marina, you know, of all the things that we have to offer, and I'm happy to see that the people being cured. What's the name of that? They were showing me something one day recently, the little boy in England that had the things on his face.
I don't recall.
Come on now, they send it.
His mom's name is Ruby. She sent us an email with pictures of a little boy who's been suffering from eczema. And so his eczema was pretty severe, and possibly within a month and a half, he was completely cured from the eczema. So like just the rashes that were on his face and throughout his whole body. He was going to be starting school pretty soon, so she took some products and changed his diet.
Wow.
And he was completely healed from the eczema.
Wow. Wonderful. A lot of people suffering from eczema. A lot of people suffer, especially it seems African American. I get a lot of people to the point to where they can't see out of their eyes. Their eczema is covering their eyes. A lot of people suffering. This is a blood issue, yes. Eczema.
What was the last thing?
Eczema, it's a blood issue. Yes.
Yeah, well, eczema is nerve and blood. Mainly nerve. It triggers it off. The nervous system is acid. One of my best friend named Bob Watkins, he's a reverend. He used to have bad eczema problem. Yeah. But many of the kids that children came to us with that. And it's a nerve, blood, yes. It's acid situation. There's only one disease. There's never been two. An acid condition caused by mucus. That's it to me, Chef Aki.
Well, I'll tell you.
Because you are
it's a pleasure.
my man here, Mr. J. Oh, look, she's special. I said, I know she's special. She's a black woman.
Revelations that were coming to me before coming here. And one of the things that stood out to me in ceremony and song was that shaman said, we take time to sing for the salmon people, because there are people up north now fighting for our relatives in the oceans all over the world. The people, our family, our relatives in the oceans are being murdered day after day after day, and they're begging for our compassion so that they can live with their families too. And that we are not looking at animals and plants as our relatives. You know, we're not honoring their spirit. And so this is a song that was to honor the spirit of the salmon people, the water beings. So it went like this.
You know, I have a music that comes from the Navajo
Mm-hmm.
that sounds just like that. It was always connecting you
Mm-hmm.
to the vibration of life itself, and that's what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, this is beautiful.
All my relations to yours.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, yeah. So when you think you'll be able to go to Honduras, because
Honduras. Okay. Yeah, anytime.
hey, you well,
I have no children, I have no mates. I'll go.
well, we going on Tuesday, right, Marina? And there are a lot of people there from all over the world, from Russia, from China, from Hong Kong.
Wow.
I asked this man from Hong Kong, I said, how you know about me? Say, the internet.
Is filming with Nipsey Hussle, who, you know, according to the research that I've done, is his latest wife. And this particular wife, I believe she goes by the name Patsy, but she is calling herself Mrs. Sebi. She's put out several interviews last year, upset, basically saying people have came in and taken over the company, so the herbs that people are getting are not right. This is a company that her and her husband, Dr. Sebi, built together. And I see you breathing hard. Yes. She's working with Nipsey Hussle to film this documentary, which is supposed to be an accurate documentary of how Dr. Sebi became to be who he is. And so to hear her express her frustrations and about, you know, a lot of the things that has happened. The company has been snatched from her. Someone signed it over. I saw videos of where Dr. Sebi was literally going off before he died about his wife and children betraying him.
So I align myself with women that are bad. I have some rotten ones around me now. My wife, my ex-wife, my manager, my daughters, they all conspired against me. And that's okay. There will be some rotten ones in the barrel, but take them up and throw them away.
Exactly.
We're going to work with those of you. I love it. I love that I have survived these years at 83 to see this reality. The black woman is the god of the universe.
Oh, that was her. That was who we was talking about. Remember, you just said it's his wife. So we were married 30 years. We were separated. He got married, a different chapter in his life. So when he was going now, I don't want to do the
tell it. No,
I don't want to do the chatty patty.
Okay,
I don't want to do the blame, and I don't want to create a war. But when he said, and when you the video that you're talking about, okay, without me accusing and going into the love hop kind of thing. Well, you're saying you're his wife. So who's he talking about? Come on now. Okay. And it's a video. And he named the name. Her name is Mattoon. Now, her real name, her legal name is Patricia, but her name is Mattoon.
Okay.
And he named that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. He said Mattoon.
Are you friends with Mattoon or Patsy or the woman who's claiming to be real Mrs. Sebi who helped to create this movement?
And I'm not even trying to, because this is not war and this is not creating, so I'm not trying to be Mrs. Sebi.
Okay.
Sebi and I were together. Sebi's name was Alfredo Bowman. His name became Sebi and everybody known him as Dr. Sebi.
Okay.
Because that is what we created. But the name is Alfredo Bowman, a.k.a. Sebi. My name is Ma'a Bowman.
Okay.
So now he got married again, and now you came into this to create, let's just tell the truth, where the numbers were. Because we started in the 70s, and what we created and what we did. She was nowhere around. She lived in Trinidad.
Okay.
Let's go by just her child's age, if we're going to go by numbers. And those numbers are the facts. So when we created this, it wasn't even about business. Sebi said, how can I bring them home? How can I bring my people home? This is about healing the nation. This is what we do. It's about love. Mm-hmm. It was, how can I bring them home? And where we began to create this was out of love.
This wasn't a business.
This wasn't a business. This was at home. Sebi speaks Spanish. People were coming because he has a persona and a personality. So people were coming. Lots of people were coming.
It was very entertaining.
A lot of people were coming from Mexico. Were you there? People were coming from Mexico, and they were sitting around, and we were talking. Usha was a baby. I don't know how much she remembers of that. Sasa wasn't. And there's lots of people. People spent the night. That's how we created the Usha village. Yeah. Usha means healing. So we created that. We created the very, very, very beginning was out of love for our people and the healing of the nation. It wasn't a business. People came and talked, and Sebi would say, Ma'a, go make so-and-so. And this great big pot, and we make it, and they came with their alcohol bottles. I don't know what those bottles were. We didn't have no bottles.
Little mini shot bottles.
We didn't have bottles. We didn't have labels, but this is Latin. So they came with those bottles, and we poured it in there. And then we would talk half of the night, all the night, and they would end up spending the night, and people would be all over the floor spending the night. You don't know about that. What? What are you saying?
How many kids?
About 30, 31. But Mom has a different number. Mine is 30, 31.
I say hundreds.
You say hundreds?
I do. He traveled all over the world, and he had children. So what we actually know, maybe it was 25, and we know more were created after the 25. So that's why she say 30. But I know at least 50, and I know it was way more than that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was a part of it because where we started is traveling. We were traveling, especially to Mexico, but we were traveling all over the world. He used to get really sick, like with asthma. He had asthma from a little boy, and he would get real sick, like bronchitis, and get really, really skinny and just down. He was 200 and something pounds, and he had asthma, and he had diabetes. That's where we began with the herbs, and that's where he began to think about the healing of the nation, the healing of the people, because when we go to Mexico, we would go to Mexico all the time, and we would travel through, and this personality again, he would pick somebody up off the street, stranger, off the road, because we went into the villages. Oh, wow. And we learned from them. We studied herbology, but we studied the body, we studied disease. But where we really learned on firsthand was going into those villages and really experiencing it with the healers there in Mexico. And so in being that he healed himself is what really drew us into this, him being healed and no more asthma. And you see how skinny he is.
Yeah,
right?
and I mean, he was 81. I believe, before he passed. And smoking herbs, it seemed to me, giving back what he had learned from healing himself from the inside. And, of course, you were along that journey. You were there.
I almost died 3 times.
You almost died 3 times.
I was blind, totally blind, paralyzed. It was 3 times
I see your daughter back there. She's... Yeah.
3 times.
She's like, yeah, she did.
She was there.
It was traumatizing.
Yeah, because she was 10. Sasa was a baby. And it was, we were traveling because we were always traveling. So this was Dominica, and all the herbs were supposed to be on the plane, but we were on a private plane coming from St. Croix to Dominica. And so he didn't have the herbs, but we were in Dominica before we went to St. Croix. So we had given all the herbs to everybody, and so they brought all
for free.
Yeah. Oh. And so they brought the herbs that they had because they weren't in bottles and the fancy labels and all that stuff. Then we put these together and put this together, and we gave that to them. Yeah, and it was all free because he had left to go and get more herbs to come back to give because that's him.
And how did you save yourself from dying 3 times?
It was Sebi. He put the herbs on my head. Because I couldn't swallow and my mouth was twisted, and I couldn't move my tongue. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't move my hands. All of that. It was because the water was contaminated. And my Sasa was just born. So Sasa's 37. I'm almost 70. So, this is a long time ago.
You're almost 70?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm almost 50.
You are not
No,
almost...
she's not. She's
I am too.
only 40-something.
Why do you say that? I'm almost half a century
I'm
years
36,
old.
and I say I'm 40 every day. I say I'm 40. They're like, Tasha, what is it? Are you 36 or 40? I'm like, that's somewhere in there. I stopped counting.
Yeah, exactly.
I stopped counting.
But that's how we created the hair food oil.
So he put the herbs on your
my head. And my hair was always short.
And they penetrated.
And it penetrated because it was porous.
No,
please.
I'm sorry. Yes.
No, this is amazing stuff.
Oh, my God. You're my mom. You're so cute. No, she's like the best. No, I just wanted to say something because she talks about the herb and the poultice that he put on her head. And, you know, there are a few people out there who have created new products that mimic that poultice. You know, I think they call it hair fortifier or something of that nature. I don't really know. It was presented on World Star, a young man. He had purchased something from someone and he put it on his head, that poultice, and it caused his whole face to blow up and his head to get very big. And it was just like, oh, I have no, this is allegedly. I'm going to do the Wendy Williams thing, allegedly.
Okay. Okay.
Right? And so there are a few people out there that are mimicking this or trying to recreate this herb. And
that you and Dr. Sebi created.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, but here's the, and I never really heard the story the way she told it. And so to me, it's amazing that they've taken something so pure and so beautiful that saved my mother's life, and they take it and turned it into something that actually harmed someone. And it's amazing because there are so many people out there today that are saying, you know, I was taught under the Dr. Sebi way, or I did this and I did that. And we have to be careful. We have to be careful what we do. We have to be careful what we say, because we are all here. We want to help each other. We want to help our community. But if we're not careful how we produce these products and what you do and what herbs you use, you can be potentially harmful. It can hurt people. Mm-hmm.
Many of you have asked why we have not tried to help Mr. Jermel Brown with his current health. I want to let everyone know that we have reached out to Jermel on several occasions. As soon as we learned that he had posted some videos on social media, we contacted him to offer help. However, Mr. Jermel Brown retained legal counsel and directed us to his attorney.
The product is compromised. And when I say compromised, those are not Dr. Sebi formulas anymore. Look how many people getting side effects from those products. You don't want anything pertaining to Dr. Sebi cell food. Don't follow the fake Instagram. Don't follow that website. Those are not Dr. Sebi's formulas.
People out of you're not a healer, bro. You're not a healer. Bro, them Dr. Sebi cell food products is garbage, bro. You're not a healer, Pablo. You never have and never will, Pablo.
These other people that have been attaching themselves to my father's name because of money, so forth and so on, they don't know how to do the healing. They haven't done it. You know what I mean? It was my mother and it was my father. Now all these other entities attach themselves and they've trademarked my father's name, Dr. Sebi, but they don't know how to do the work. They haven't accomplished that.
So we want people to know, and we're here today to let people know there's more to this healing thing, so to say, than just throwing a few herbs together and say, here's a $1,500 package for herpes or AIDS.
It doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work like that.
And that is, and I was explaining to Usha during one of our private calls that was called private labeling. Mm-hmm. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have companies set aside who just already have herbs together. And you just slap your name, slap the logo on there. They can call it Dr. Sebi's original formula and sell it, patent it and sell it. It's really easy. If I want to get 100 bottles right now of this particular, I guess, not according to how you guys made it from scratch, but something similar to it, with some of the same elements that you probably used in the original formula, all I got to do is put it on there. It's Tasha K's vitamins, sell it out. It's on a website. It's off. It's off. And literally, you can Google it right now, and anybody can do this without a license. Mm. And that's why you see it on the bottle. It says not FDA approved, because vitamins and minerals and herbs, they don't go through the FDA process because they're not really, it's not anything.
Well, she has a different story.
Okay.
The very, very beginning of this court procedure, it was the police coming in, bursting in to arrest Sebi, and he said, I knew you were coming. I knew you were coming. And they tried to set him up in so many ways. The phones were recorded, were being tapped. All of the phones were being tapped. The man called, what's he called? The Attorney General. Okay. He called and said, because what happened was he put, we started a long time ago. You got to keep me focused.
In the 70s. It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
So we started, because I got to get back to that point,
okay,
what happened with the code.
And this was in, was it in New York? If I'm not
This is in New York. This was in New York.
We were between New York and Puerto Rico, because I remember
Yeah.
being outside, and I remember seeing cars that were investigating. You know,
Yeah,
there
they come
were-
driving up. Sebi wasn't there because Sebi's in New York.
Okay.
But he was arrested in New York, so she's right. It's between the two places. Because when they come speeding up, what are you doing
Or just
speeding up?
surveillance. There was surveillance. Like till this day, I still, anytime I hear a tick, tick, tick on that phone,
We
I'm
know
like,
it's
oh,
being
we're
recorded. And we just tell them, we know you're recording us. Because the lawyer had played what they were recording.
And you're
Were
like,
you
how did you
there?
get this? Like,
Once again.
started.
With the healing, right?
Okay.
We started way back in the 70s. That's facts.
You were giving it out for free.
We were giving it out for free.
Okay.
So now in the bottles, and they were coming because it was just a conversation. Everybody was sitting around. So now, by the time it came to be in the 80s, once again, were you there? When it came to be in the 80s, that's when you started hearing about AIDS and you didn't even hear about, but more about AIDS. But you start hearing about AIDS. Anyway, This man came to us. He had AIDS, and he could hardly walk. And this was at Pacific 616 Pacific. It was advertised in the Amsterdam News, and kept coming. He kept coming, and he was taking the herbs, and First, he could hardly walk up those stairs. And then, a little while longer, he could walk up those stairs. He came with his wife. And then he was fine. And I'm not saying he was fine. He went and took the test, and he no longer had HIV. So then more people came because we weren't even advertising. So more people came. And so then it was said, Sebi, of course his personality, he said, AIDS have been cured by the Usher Herbal Research Institute. And that's the beginning of the arrest.
But your husband, and you witnessed this, cured a man and others of AIDS. And this is when the federal government decided to come in and say, oh, no, and put him on trial.
Exactly.
Now, how was he able to get off?
It was a lady judge and the attorney general and whoever this lawyer was, but he was one of those top lawyers that was on the other side.
Okay, working for the state.
Yeah,
okay.
Ours was Greenaway, I think his name was. He was arrested for practicing medicine without a license, false advertisement, and false label.
Okay.
Those are the three big things, right?
Okay.
So now he's talking, he's holding his paper, and he's shaking his hand, and he's saying, he says, so you are claiming to be a doctor? Because in my head, sitting in the courtroom, I'm like, well, they call Dr. J. This is because, remember, we skipped it, but remember, we started in the islands. That's where we started,
Okay.
St. Croix, St. Thomas. Before we came to the United States, we were in the islands. So in the islands, it's a different rhythm. When people are healed, everybody is Dr. Sebi, Dr. Sebi.
Okay.
So that's where the doctor came.
Because of the act that he's performing. You're helping someone to achieve wellness. And so in that act, one identifies it with a doctor. So they begin to call him that.
There was a little boy that was dying. It was his spleen, but nobody knew it was his spleen. And he laid there, and he was like 5 years old. This is Dominica again.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was laying there, and he could hardly walk. And so then we gave him the herbs. Once again, go cook so-and-so. So we're putting these formulas together, and we gave him the herbs. And the doctors had said he was going to die. And so we gave him the herbs, and he was up and around. This is a small island. Little islands, how they do?
Oh, yeah.
So it gets around like that, right? So it gets around faster than what a phone can before you could dial
Jesus
a phone.
is healing, Jesus is here.
And so they were going around exactly like that. They were going around in a circle, and everybody was dancing, and they were saying, Dr. Sebi, Dr. Sebi. That's what they were saying in Mexico. They called him Dr. Sebi because he isn't just a herbalist or a healer. He's more than that, and it wasn't even claiming that. For me of today, I'm not a healer. And with all due respect, they're not healers because you're the healer. Because it's your body that's healing. So that's where that name came in. So in court, he's trying to say that he's claiming to be Dr. Sebi, but it's all these people. It's hundreds and hundreds of people.
I never claimed. Okay. Did he use that as his defense? Like
he didn't say. Sebi's real. He's like a real genius, very highly intelligent.
Okay.
So he's not going to say, like me, I'm going to try to defend and cry and being victimized. He's not going to say, I didn't say it. He said, that's what the people say. Okay. And look you straight in the eye. And that's why I'm telling you that, because it was what the people said. So the judge was then on his side because it was what the people called him.
And that's how
Dr.
and that's how the
Sebi
federal government and Attorney General and everyone came to know of him, because his name was spreading
around Dr.
Okay.
Sebi.
Well, the
But it
way
wasn't
that-
because
the
he
way
was
they
saying,
became-
I'm medical.
The way
Okay.
they became to know him was he took the time to advertise in the Village Voice that the Usha Herbal Research Institute had the cure for AIDS, cancer, diabetes, HIV, herpes, and so forth. And so when that advertisement was put in the Village Voice, that's considered false advertisement, because what proof do you have that you can cure such a thing? We've never heard that. So thereby you're falsely advertising, saying that you can do something
And that
you
was the
can't.
other piece.
And so then
Okay.
it became the factor that the New York State had to prove that he didn't do it. And they couldn't prove that because there were a number of different people that had come and testified to say, here are my doctor's papers saying this is what I had, and now I don't have it. So they had
Negative.
a positive and a negative.
On HIV.
Then that's when they start blaming it on, they had a false diagnosis.
Correct.
This is not medicine.
Oh.
This is not medicine. This is food. And never have our genetic structure, he had that opportunity, never have our genetic structure been addressed. And what this is the African biomineral balance. And that is what this is. Because in all the way in, our gene to be addressed from that aspect has never been addressed. Because when they give you medicine, that doesn't apply to us.
No, it's like a one size fits all. But having had previous conversations with Usha, you guys actually still have labs in Florida, in New York, and in Atlanta, and every single person that comes, their food or herbs are mixed differently based on what they have. Is that correct? Can you tell me a little bit about the process that you guys are still to this day practicing? These are not bottles of herbs and minerals that you could just buy online. Usha and her mother here, Ma'a, actually take individual human beings and they create herbs in a lab. Like, I wouldn't even say a lab. Is it a kitchen?
I like to say it's more a kitchen.
A kitchen?
People may use the word lab or whatever, warehouse. I don't know. I like to call it a kitchen because I like to always see myself as practicing our ancient practices of, our ancestors, and going to collect that herb and putting it in the pot, boiling it, and making it with love. Because we don't just put out a product to just put out a product. Here's a bottle of water. Great. Here's a label here. No, we're very careful with how we produce our products. We're very careful with when we order the products, what time of year, because we want to make sure that it's not hybridized or genetically modified. When we prepare it, what energy state we're in, what mind state are we in, what state is our body in. Because all of that goes into your creation. It's art. You can't just... You understand?
Yeah,
So
we
it's
had a
different.
conversation. Interesting. She said, if a woman is, having her menstrual, you do not prepare herbs and formulated and mixed and prepared the herbs. You cannot buy this on the internet. They have to personally contact you and see you, and from there you will draw up what's needed and go and prepare it. So this is not something that, and I know a lot of people are receiving.
There are things that you can purchase on the internet, and those are products such as the Maya, the Nervino, the H1.
Okay.
These are things that you can purchase because they're simple, building up your iron level, purifying your blood, calming your central nervous system. That's fine. But
Can they purchase them from you?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And you can purchase them online, but we have a separate product line, our intercellular cleansing product line, which encompasses a lot of different other things. And those we do have to talk to you about. We have to really assess what's happening with your body and then which one of these herbs are going to best suit you.
Okay, because there are a lot of, and from what I was reading online, a lot of people are kind of pissed, and I believe that's what Patsy was addressing.
Our clients are complaining, past and present. And I know why they are, because the herbs that they're getting from the office that my husband and I have created, and the products that we've created, is no longer our products there.
She was upset over people complaining that they're not getting, I guess, the original Dr. Sebi products. And so that's what I was just trying to distinguish. So,
well, let me help distinguish that just a little bit. As Mom said in the beginning, and something I wanted to touch on, and something I just wanted to make really, really clear, right, is that throughout my father's life, he had many chapters. He had his first chapter, second chapter, third chapter. And so what we're asking everyone to do is to be honest about your chapter, right?
Okay.
And so we are part of the chapter where he began his healing journey, right? He began his healing journey alongside Ma'a. They discovered many things, did a lot of research. There was a lot there. 30-year marriage, it's a lot there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but he had other chapters. He had other chapters of his life that he went on once separated with mom. And that's a reality. But tell your story as it is. Tell your story in truth. We want to tell our story in love and light and truth. And we just want that part to be heard. And we want everyone to tell their part because he came across many people throughout his journey. And it was beautiful. And they gave much to him. He learned from them. They learned from him, right? But let's be honest about our chapter. And so that's what we're here for today, for each one of us to be able to distinguish exactly what they brought forth or brought out of him during that period of his chapter. This was ours. And so this is the part that we want to tell, and we want to tell it honestly.
With love.
Hashtag we're there. I know, because when I was doing research, it's hard to find information on you. You see Patsy more than you see anyone else. And so it wasn't until Usha came to me and I was just like, well, I saw an interview with the wife and she was pretty upset about the company being taken. And she was like, well, that wasn't my mom. And I'm like, wait a minute, your mom? There's another one? Mm-hmm. And so she's like, yeah, she was the creator before Dr. Sebi. You actually took part in the naming process and everything. So that's what prompted me to dig. And I found maybe one or two videos on you speaking of your marriage and friendship with Dr. Sebi. And so I believe this is the first time, as far as I'm concerned, you're really getting this deep with it.
It's the very first time.
So
I usually
thank you
don't
for trusting
talk
the
about
platform.
it,
Yeah.
and they don't tell me about it because I don't even know only the bits you're telling me because my children are trying to protect me.
Yeah, but the truth
painful.
needs to be heard because this is a legacy. This is a major, Nobel Peace Prize. This is a legacy and it has to be protected. Because I know you said you're pretty close with your siblings, correct?
I am.
Yeah.
I am very close to my
See,
siblings.
I just live in my little world. So
Mama said that ain't got nothing to do with me. Those are not my kids.
No, I love them all.
I know.
I love them all. I took care of some of them. That was the painful part because she forget we were married. Mm-hmm. So you came in, and now you're saying this. That's the truth. That's not what I'm supposed
Mama,
to say.
Are you trying to say that she was the mistress?
But you should take that out. Take that out.
It's too late.
I'm sorry.
Your daughter here said keep it in. She says no. I'm looking at your daughter. She says no. It's time for the truth to be let out. So,
because it says unwind.
Unwind. Yes, ma'am.
It says unwind. This is what I'm holding because you worked with us, and I trusted you, and you forget. I trusted you. You worked with us. So you didn't know anything. You came and Sebi brought you into the house? No.
With her kid? Wait a minute.
The whole thing is about telling the truth. Let's tell the truth. I'm sorry.
Let's tell.
Actually cure people. And that's what we've been doing. That's what we'll continue to do.
Before Dr. Sebi died, he said he had been betrayed by a former wife, Matum, who is now doing press runs to speak about how she helped start the Usha village and created the treatments.
My husband won a case in the Supreme Court of New York since 1986, proving to cure AIDS, cancer, diabetes, sickle cell, herpes, lupus, etc. Since that time, I'm the one in the kitchen. We have developed something called an intracellular chelation.
She's been doing this with my father since she was 20-something years old. She lives and dies there. My sister, again, she's been working in the company since she was 10 years old. She didn't go to middle school. She didn't go to high school. She gave that up. They were on the train in New York, sleeping in people's houses. My mother was breastfeeding me, pushing the cart, pouring the herbs, answering the phone. So when you have people that get on, different radio shows and say, I was there, they weren't there.
See, aka Matum says Dr. Sebi's company was stolen from her by Pablo Medina and Dr. Sebi's manager, Jenny.
Our clients are complaining, past and present, because the herbs that they're getting from the office that my husband and I have created and the products that we've created, it's no longer our products there. Pablo, I remember when you came and I hired you. And I remember the day we fired you. They're imposters. They have fraudulently signed my husband's name and sent it to the trademark office. And they said now they own my business. all that scenario you created and said that I stole money, you can check my accounts, you can check where I live. I don't have no money.
Patsy Williams, back in 2014, her and her daughter, Zave, stole from my father along with some others. And what happened, my father called me, and he has never called and just hung up in an instant. So I rushed over to the office, met Isaiah over there. As soon as we walked in, my father was standing in the middle of the floor just looking. And so I knew what had happened. I looked around, I said, oh, they got you. He said, yeah, they took everything. So I walked upstairs. They didn't leave a paper clip in that place. I have court documents stating that Patsy Williams was being sued upon my father's passing.
Although my son, but I have much respect for him. Much respect, much love. And for his mother too. And his sisters. Because they didn't do to me what has been happening to me in the last years.
It's your truth.
It's your
truth. And you have to share that, and people appreciate
Was
it.
that painful?
Let me ask you something.
Maybe that'll be the healing, because every time I see the untruth or the unfavorable, then I'm crying and I'm all on the floor and I'm falling apart. Maybe this will be the healing, because I'm not trying to blame. They lived their life and lived their journey. For all the people that were in Sebi's life and a part of them, and there was many women, and you ask, why did we separate? Because I couldn't take any more. And I said, okay, that's personal. I'm not supposed to say it. But it didn't change our love. It didn't change our connection. So once again, what is it? Tell the truth.
We want to tell the whole truth, not the whole truth, the whole truth, the whole.
So
okay, because according to
you forget, like what? I mean, even if the child is upset, but she does know that, okay, we were married, creating this. You just came to America. You weren't married. You didn't have the green card or anything, and you came. And we welcomed you in with welcome arms.
You invited her into your home.
To our house. Come on now.
And Pat, who's referring to herself as the real Mrs. Sebi.
Yeah, how could you be?
Slept with your husband of 30 years in your home, and you took care of her children.
Yeah.
And she's doing a major press run.
It's okay. Okay, that's the point. It's okay. I'm not going to continue. I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to continue no matter what the backlash is. It doesn't matter, because, Tasha, the truth always reveals itself. And this is not about, oh, she did, and about all the women that came in. Because I said to Sebi, you cured all these women, you helped all these women, and they love you. Mm-hmm. And that's unfair to them, because you're taking advantage of them, because they will do anything for you. They love you. Mm. They love you. These people love Sebi. When you are healed, and to see, the thing is that, remember, the thing is that he brought more than just, okay, take these herbs and you're healed. You felt what you feel when you listen to Sebi. You feel good about yourself, and you feel strong. And it was the healing of the nation. It is the healing of the nation, because that's the other part of the healing, for us to have that self-worth, that self-confidence, and feel good about yourself.
And you still loved him,
oh,
regardless of all the women.
I still love them, all of them. I didn't have any hate, because that's their journey. Our journey was beautiful, and it was for that time. So I love them, and I love those children. And you can't say I didn't love the children, because I took care of the children.
You took care of the children while she was sleeping?
Yes, ma'am.
With you? Wow. Because I know you don't want to come from a place of any sort of malice or hate.
That's the point.
But
I don't.
When someone has been walking this, and all of this has been painted about someone that you love to be this, and really he's this, like, this is the real documentary. And I know the truth hurts, but in the end, it's like, it's the truth.
It's the truth.
Because
Sebi
what hurts
is a
more,
great healer, and all his personal life has nothing to do with it. And that's why we're not putting that in there. It is you and me, from sister to sister, from mommy to daughter. Mm-hmm. That we're speaking on. This is what took place. So when she's saying all this, but we don't need to tell them that, because the people see the truth anyway. They see the truth regardless.
Well, it's been so many misconceptions of who he was, what he did, to the point where no one even knows where to start to order a product or to seek healing. Because there's so many different, like you said, he has so many chapters throughout his life. So it's like, is this product that I'm ordering, is it legit? Is this person that claims to be a part of Dr. Sebi, is this legit? And then people, and I'm reading the reviews. A lot of people are pissed because they're like, this didn't heal me. I went to, and I spent thousands of dollars on this, and I got nothing.
This is what people come and say. Just before I came here, a man called from Louisiana, and he said the same thing.
See?
Exactly that.
And the truth.
And I'm like, I'm so sorry.
But here's
and he
the
says,
thing.
I just needed to get your number. I needed to get hold of you. And I was just like, I don't want it to be that.
You and I talked about characteristics before we sat down and recorded. And I know we had a short time here because I want you to feel okay with what you just said. Not because I need the ratings. I'm okay, trust me. But you said it's certain characteristics about a person that just comes out based on their sign, okay? And so this woman who I thought was the real Mrs. Sebi, was this, and she was that, and she's an herbalist, and she's this. But to find out how she was actually introduced to all of this, that's her character. So him laying on that bed yelling, saying how this woman did him.
So I align myself with women that are bad. I have some rotten ones around me now. My wife, my ex-wife, my manager, my daughters, they all conspired against me.
You got a man that was on his bed saying how his daughters and the wife betrayed him. They betrayed me. And so now that he's passed, he's gone. His death was always suspicious. Nobody really believed that he died from pneumonia. We're talking about a healer here, like pneumonia. If all these other things can take him out, all of a sudden pneumonia took him out. Right. And now we have someone who is in a seat that you should be in on these big major platforms, telling the real story, but instead we're getting, I wouldn't say fabricated, but it's not. It's
some untruths.
Yes,
some untruths
on how everything got started and who she really is, and that just needs to be said. You're not being malicious. It's the truth. It's the truth, Maha. I was gonna say mama, but it's the truth, and the truth hurts, but it has to be said. And if it's not, this was a man who did great things.
Yeah.
But
so just me telling you a little bit of what, and that was just a little bit of what our
so like
experience
I'm
is.
sure you're not going to go into all details, but who this person is parading around saying, I'm the real Mrs. Sebi, and your hashtag, were you there? This is how you really were. Okay, so I want to thank you so much for sharing your truth.
My aunt continued the healing work through the fig tree with her daughters and son. Dr. Sebi moved to LA and opened an office there. He married Patsy and she continued to work for him. He then had to start a new company after Patsy allegedly stole from him.
When I found out about Sebi, and it's about his case. Oh, yeah. Niggas was tweeting me, hustle, be careful, man. Your plane gonna go down. I say, nigga better.
The official Dr. Sebi wife is Melba Jean Bowman. She's been married legally to Dr. Sebi for 56 years. That's the legal wife. That's the standing wife of Dr. Sebi.
Sebi claimed all of these marriages. Met Dr. Sebi in St. Croix. He opened his first store on the island with Ma'a. Annette attended one of his speaking engagements.
Just a burst of fresh air, I said, wow, because he wasn't working by himself then. His partner, Olu, was there, Karen, his wife, Ma'a. They were all working together when I met him.
It was a team.
It was a team. I'm gonna be a part of this. All of them had moved from California to St. Croix, and they was not interested in coming back to the United States. They wanted the Caribbean to be their permanent home.
Right.
Yeah, I talked him into coming back.
Dr. Sebi soon opened a fig tree store in New York. Annette became his third wife. Many years later, Patsy traveled to the Usha village and began assisting Sebi and Ma'a.
Business, both the village in Honduras and that LA office, is left solely under Selma Bowman. So this is Dr. Sebi's legacy that you're looking at. This is Dr. Sebi's legacy right here, along with his 16-year-old son Victor and his 5-year-old daughter Tala.
The only authentic and original products are Dr. Sebi's Self Food.
What do you say to the people that say his daughter says the product is fine?
I don't know anything of her saying that these products is okay. She's not here in LA. She don't know anything about the formulas that's being, put out on the street.
What we're using is my father's formulas from when he first started. And not only that, but we have also improved some of the formulas. We're his legitimate legacy. We're the Bowmans.
The original products can still be gotten from myself and my daughter. Also, his previous wife, Ma'a, she also have original compounds. In fact, her children and my child, they all are connected. They all speak with each other. I don't know what is the reason why this grandson is saying these things, because I remember at one time I hired him to work with us as well. And there were reasons why he was not working with us.
Annette Thomas currently sells products through Greenleaf Herbal Solutions. Many consumers say they trust the fig tree because Dr. Sebi created the original formulas with this company, and these were the products used to heal the 77 witnesses that appeared during his court case.
I like to always see myself as practicing our ancient practices of our ancestors and going to collect that herb and putting it in the pot, boiling it, and making it with love. We're very careful with how we produce our products. We're very careful with when we order the products, what time of year, because we want to make sure that it's not hybridized or genetically modified. When we prepare it, what energy state we're in, what mind state are we in. I mean, we had 78 people that were cured of AIDS last year alone. So whether or not he could cure, we are still using his very exact formula till today. Did people all of a sudden stop getting cured? No, people didn't. People are still. We had 78 cases of AIDS last year and 52 cases of herpes last year. So when did it stop? But I just want to call out everybody. Like, I'm not going to mention out names in that sense, but I want to call out everybody. There's someone over here on this end, on that end. We have the authentic product. If you're not purchasing products from us, then it's not authentic. It's not the original. I am not saying that. That is what people are saying. Every one of the people that want to represent my father is saying, I have the authentic product. I am the one, right?
He used to say a long time ago, the old African saying, the one that points the finger is the guilty one.
Coming and saying, that person is wrong, that person is wrong, that person over there is wrong, when you know there are court documented papers that state New York versus Ma'a Bowman and Dr. Sebi. It's public record. So how can we say everybody else is a lie when you have proof? So let's be honest again about our chapter. Let's tell the truth about the lies and be honest about the truth.